doing well. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Please take a moment to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're going to chat about Freemasonry. Sorry I was a little bit later today than normal. I had to take care of some stuff, so I was not able to get on here as quick as I wanted to. But let's give it a few minutes. Let's see who joins. And then we're going to talk about Freemasonry. And today, actually, I was going to talk about a couple things. I was going to talk about Freemasonry and once again the Freemasonry and membership. So Freemasonry membership and economic trends and economic data. So we're going to see, but first let's see who joins and we'll go from there. I was going to talk about the jobs report, which obviously is the jobs report in the U.S. And again, why I think it's important is because I think we need to consider broader economic trends because you cannot separate the condition of a Masonic body or Masonic lodge from the condition of Freemasonry within that country, within that community, etc., etc. And so we're definitely going to be touching on that. We're going to be touching on, again, why I think it's important that we as Freemasons think about broader economic trends. I'll be looking at MSNBC News for some reports on that. The Bureau of Labor Statistics Employment Situation Summary 2025 M08 results. But let us see let's see first who joins. And for now, as always, let's just chat about Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have on it, positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to hear it. Hello, Dad. How's it going? I hope that you are doing well. Mystical 905. What is up, Mystical? I hope you're doing well also. Thank you so much for being here. Actually, I'm going to ask this question in the poll because this has been a question that a lot of us have been thinking about. All is well, Z. How's it going to Alabama? Hello, Indrit Singh. How's it going? Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're doing well. Have you finally managed to get some nicer weather, Z? Because I know how crazy hot it was down there for you. I mean, thank you, DC. I actually trained professional wrestling. Um, so I'd like to think if I had to, I could hold my own, but I'm sure the truth of the matter is I'd get destroyed, especially since I have no legs. But nonetheless, I appreciate that. And the fact that you say I sound like a gentleman, DC. Thank you very much for that as well. I hope that you are doing well, DC. I hope that you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Today, I'm going to be talking about, once again, the current jobs report, why I think we as Freemasons, in the States primarily, why I think we as Freemasons cannot separate the economic conditions of a country from the conditions of our Masonic lodges. And we're also going to talk about Freemasonry in general. But I'm asking this poll question because one thing I've noticed a lot of people struggling with is the purpose behind joining Freemasonry, right? Is the purpose of joining Freemasonry as a way to help oneself if they are struggling? Is Freemasonry, or can Freemasonry kind of act as a self-help group? Or is it the type of thing you join when you're doing well and want to contribute to either the broader community or the lodge itself? Um, Raha Devlin, I hope I pronounced that correctly. I will always support going to see a doctor. Absolutely. Not just for mental health problems, but health problems in general, mental or physical. So absolutely, I hope that you will go and see a doctor. And if you're one of those people who maybe doesn't like to see doctors or concerns about, maybe sometimes feels ashamed about going to see a doctor, you shouldn't. A lot of people need doctors for a lot of different reasons. So yes, go see a doctor. I also hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button to everybody watching this, especially if you're new to the stream. Well, I feel like when I was growing up, it was always like 2 to 1, right? It felt like there was always double, like £1 was $2 Canadian. So remember, I used to like getting money from Grandma Lily because she'd send me like £10. It would be like $20 or something like that, which was really fun. I don't know what it is now, but even that stuff matters, right? When you talk about finances, you consider, for example, the Canadian to US dollar. When I'm traveling to the United States for events, when I'm traveling to the United States for Masonic events, when I'm traveling to the United States for Masonic meetings, having to consider the exchange rate and how much it's going to cost me if I'm staying there long or I need to get a hotel, right? Exchange rates matter. Well, we don't do hazing within Freemasonry. Mystical is speaking sarcastically, just for the record. There's no hazing within Freemasonry. Right now, it's £1 to 1.87 Canadian dollars. So there you go, which feels like what it was when I was growing up. US, interesting enough, USA to CAD is one United States dollar is 138 Canadian, which feels like it's not terrible. I remember when I was a kid and the Canadian dollar actually went above the US dollar once, and everybody made a big deal out of it. So okay, so Google had it a little bit wrong. Either way, I hope it does well for you. I hope you still get, I hope it goes up or down, whatever it needs to go so you can get more money out of your British pension. And please don't forget, if you're watching this, to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I see some hearts. I'm guessing that Smokey the Clown is in. How's it going, Smokey? And to everybody watching this, I hope you're all doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Duro34, I'm very sorry. I do not know what you're saying there. However, I'm going to look it up in just 1 second. I'm doing well, Smokey. How are you doing? I hope your day is going well. Let me know, once again, if you're free to do that mutual live stream. I'm going to be doing another one with a friend of mine this weekend on this channel. We're going to be doing Masonic pop culture, so it should be a lot of fun. I am from Canada. I'm sure you did. Just send it back to me by email when you get the chance. Because right now I've got you down for the 29th of September at sometime or other. 29th of September at 12 o'clock. So that's Monday the 29th. And we had a gentleman from Turkey in, so please like and subscribe in Turkish. And please, like I said, hit that like button. Inderjeet Singh, but how's it going? Let me know if you have any questions, thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'll do my best to answer them. Hello, Nexo. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. And please let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. But Nexo, I believe you're new to the stream, so I'd love to get your thoughts in general, how you're doing, how your day is going. I start on my specific topic about an hour in, and today that topic is going to be Freemasonry and the economic condition of a country. I'm trying to do this for a living. One way you can help me with that is by going to my Patreon, patreon.com/squareandcompass. Shoot. What is the deep mythological question? Yeah, Dav, I am Canadian. I love being from Canada, Windsor, Ontario. I'm born in Winnipeg, Manitoba, but Canadian, born and raised, and I love Canada. Never saw it. Sorry, Mystical, never saw it. My favorite sport? I like football. I like professional wrestling. Probably professional wrestling is my favorite sport. I mean, I'm sure many. I would love to come to India next, so I think it'd be awesome. All for you, welcome. Thank you for being here. Please hit that like and subscribe button. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear it. I've never been a big South Park fan. Like, I don't have anything against it. I just never really got into it. Cor Casal, ciao. We got some Italians in the stream. Welcome, Italy. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Please hit that like and subscribe button. We got cricket. Cricket is definitely the most relaxing sport to watch. How is it going, though? Thank you for being here. Noor, please hit like and subscribe and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Same thing with, yeah, we got some people from Italy. We got some people from India. We got some Turkish people jumped on. How's it going with you, Mr. Keeps on Ticking? I hope that you're doing well. Let me know how was your weekend? I hope it went good. I mean, I'd be an American football fan. Amsterdam, we got some Amsterdamians. We got some people from Amsterdam as well. Well, the baby part's a bit weird, Noor, but I am from Canada and proud of it. I love Canada, greatest country in the world. Born and raised in Winnipeg. Now I live in Windsor. Good. Sometimes you need days like that. I'm sure your Sunday was not just lazy, but also sometimes that's productive to take a day of rest, right? Um, I have never read the Quran. I've never really read any holy book, or we would call them Freemasonry, volume of the sacred law, all the way through. I have read parts of it, as well as parts of the Bible, other books of supreme law as well. What I will say is Freemasonry, one thing I love about it, I think the greatest thing about it is it welcomes men and women, but men of all different faiths. I've seen the Quran on many Masonic, we would call them altars, as well as Torahs. I've seen eagle feathers, the Bible, obviously, quite frequently, or most frequently. I forget, but there's this a Hindu book. I can't think of the name of it now that I've seen on or represented in our lodge. It's one of the things I love about it the most. And because I'm a Freemason, I do think I have a responsibility to learn more about different faiths around the world and the faiths of the men who may be joining Freemasonry. So it's on my list of things to do. We are talking about Freemasonry, Yummers. Today we're going to talk about um, um, what's the word I'm looking? It turned about the economic conditions, the economic jobs report in the states, why that matters to Freemasonry, and why Freemasons do care about the economic conditions of the country in which it's located or community. Thank you for the like, Noor. Well, what I would say though is everybody's still a Mason. The example I always give for that is when I went to law school, right? Everybody who went to law school was a law student and we're all equal. Now, if you wanted to, you could join, for example, the Association for um, Female Law Students. You could join the Association for, um, there's a Black Law Association. There is for female students. There was, I think, even a disabled group or for groups, right? But it doesn't mean that you're more of a law student or a different type of law student. You're still at the end of the day a law student. Same thing with Freemasonry. There's different rights, some of the different requirements. At the end of the day, though, you're still a Mason and equal to all other Masons. They are. I was very lucky to get these blue eyes. Um, I think that I'm very much I very much think I got very nice looking blue eyes. What can I say? They're very piercing, is what I've been told. Freemasonry is a civic or civil organization, a social club basically. It evolved from stone mason guilds of the 15th and 16th centuries and grew into a fraternal organization primarily, but also there's a female side of it um, that, amongst other things, tries to make the world a better place through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Well, so I guess not lucky. I've been told my eyes are very attractive, and I'm going to take what people say at face value, all right? My eyes are very attractive. I didn't ask to be cursed with these beautiful eyes, all right? It just happened. What can I say? Well, there is a ninth degree, but there's no belt. I'm very sorry. I do not know about Virat Kohli. I'm very sorry. The time is 1:44 here in Canada. That sounds like a very radio thing to say. What is the time? Um, I hope that answers your question, Yummers. Like the simplest way to think about it is Freemasonry is a social club or a civic organization. It just has a very extensive history. Now, if you want to take the more spiritual, even though I'm not a huge fan of talking in these terms, you could argue everything is Freemasonry, right? Everything I do or try to do, I hope in some way or another makes me a better Freemason. It's kind of like that expression, everything is Kung Fu. Um, you know, uh, uh, Everything I do, I hope makes me a better Freemason, makes me able to more contribute to a Masonic lodge and more contribute to my Masonic brethren and the world. Calm down, Yadav. I'm not a cricket fan, but my dad is a cricket fan. I don't know the first thing about cricket. It seems too confusing to me. I'm not nearly smart enough to know anything about cricket. I wish I knew more. I understand it's a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, Very dignified game, shall we say. Yeah, I wouldn't even call it a help group per se, Yummers, but you're on the right track. It can help people. It often does help people, but I would say its its primary purpose isn't to help people. Its primary purpose is the same purpose as you see with any Masonic group or any group in general. It's to fulfill the natural tendency and human desire to belong to something. That's just within our nature, right? Our nature is to want to belong. When you were a kid, when you were 5 or 6 years old, you created a tree fort and you invited your friends to be part of your club and you wanted to form clubs. It's our nature to want to do those things. And Freemasonry takes that nature and applies it to something that ultimately makes the world a better place. Do you mean Punjab like the language or the area? I'm not. I mean, I'm not. I'm not sure. It's a state in India, right? Like, I would. I love people from India. I've got a lot of friends from India. A lot of professional wrestlers I know are from India. It's a great people. I've yet to visit the country, but I would love to. So Freemasonry, Yummers, is for everyone with some caveats. You have to be of a certain age. To be a Freemason, you need to be over the age of either 18 or 21. It depends on your jurisdiction. In Ontario, you have to be over the age of 21. You have to believe in a supreme being. Now, the nature of that supreme being is up to you. We have Masons who are Christian and the various denominations of Christian, so Catholic, Protestant, Anglican, evangelical, I guess would be the term. We also have Masons who are um, Muslim, Jewish, First Nations. I've known a few Wiccan, Wiccan Masons. Um, um, so, the nature of it is up to you. And then when I speak of Freemasonry, generally I'm speaking of the fraternal side of it. So, the side that is exclusive for men. However, there is the Order of Women Freemasons and there is Eastern Star, both of which welcome women and are for women. And then actually even the age thing, there is Masonic youth groups. Even Catholic. I know many Catholic Freemasons, Mr. Keeps. Now, you could argue that they are not fulfilling their roles as a Catholic, and I don't know enough about the faith to say, but I can say on our Masonic side of it, if somebody came to, and I've met them, came to Masonic Lodge and wanted to join and were Catholic, we would welcome them into the fraternity, no different than anybody else. And like I said, I've known many Catholic Freemasons. Now, the extent to which they're talking about their Freemasonry outside of the lodge and in the Catholic Church, I don't know. Um, but like I said, that's between them and their church. So, Yummers, if they are, I would use the term militantly atheist, then they would not be able to join. So refuse to believe in a supreme being of any sort. However, I've known Masons who don't believe in like they don't believe in a supreme being in the sense of what we might consider, but they believe in a supreme being as in something, as in the rules that govern the universe and inform us of what is right and wrong based on experience. So almost like the Einstein view of what God is, which is the equation or equations that govern the universe. So in that sense, yeah, you'd have to be. The term supreme being has expanded a lot. So a lot of people who would probably be considered an atheist in day-to-day life have become Freemasons. Um, or you could just believe in a lizard god. I've yet to meet any Masons who believe in a lizard god, but um, I'm sure there's some out there. It make for interesting Um, it would make things more interesting, I think, if we had a Mason who believed in a lizard god. But I've yet to meet any who do so. But how is it going, Nuwanda? I hope you're doing well. Mystical, I mean, I somewhat agree with you on that. I, for me, it's music. It's very hard for me to listen to music, like listen to some of these beautiful, incredible songs and not feel like there is some type of creator, something beyond ourselves. Um, when I hear the first three chords of, let's say, Simple Man, which is my favorite song in the world, um, it's very hard for me not to believe there might be a creator or something behind that that is greater than myself. So I get it, right? I don't disagree with that idea at all. But by the way, welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. And please let me know how your day is going. And by the way, I do want to give a reminder one more time. I've done this a lot. If you are in Windsor, Ontario, or for that matter, Essex, or even Detroit, tomorrow from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., my friend Jeff Kavanaugh. So you would have to discuss it with whatever lodge you're looking at joining, because every Masonic lodge will decide for themselves what constitutes a supreme being. But I would consider that a supreme being. So if you were to join, if you were to apply to join my Masonic lodge, and I was on your um, investigation committee, kind of interviewing you about membership, I would consider that to be a supreme being. But that's for me personally. Every lodge kind of decides it for themselves. But I believe in pure physics and neuroscience. That's probably somewhat closest to what I believe is a supreme being. It's not precisely what I believe, but um, it is somewhat within there. So I guess I do believe in a supreme being. I don't like to use the term God because, again, from my perspective, when you use the term God, it's very specific to whatever the religious context of the country you're in is. So when I say God, I naturally think of a Christian context, whereas if I was in, let's say, Morocco, I might think of it in a Muslim context or an Israel Jewish context, right? Judaism. So I do believe in a supreme being. The closest way I could describe my supreme being belief is I believe that there is an order and sense to the universe, and that order and sense to the universe, um, because it's predictable, it means it favors good actions or sensible behaviors and does not favor foolish decisions and bad decisions. And I believe that we are able that order makes itself known to us through our intellect and through our reason, and we're able to act according to it. So the closest thing I'd say is the rules and order that governs the universe, I view as a supreme being. Um, I'd like to think that it has some type of consciousness or awareness, um, that, in some way, shape, or form prefers our appropriate actions. Maybe not awareness in the way we would understand it, but awareness nonetheless. I hope that makes sense. I'm not married, but I have a cat. Daffodil. By the way, everybody watching this, please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. How can Jacob fighting with an angel? I do not know. I am not a biblical scholar, but that sounds like a biblical story to me. Um, that's a good definition for a supreme being. I do not believe in Baphomet. I do not believe in the goat demon, nor do any Freemasons that I know of believe in Baphomet. Um, that was kind of a conspiracy theory that started on the 1920s. This whole idea that Freemasons worship Baphomet. I don't know exactly how or why it started, but it came out of nowhere and kind of just stuck. I do not know who the demon. I do not know what the demiurge. Isn't that from? Isn't that from um, Stranger Things? I'm pretty sure that's from Stranger Things. By the way, everybody watching this, please take a moment. If you're not done so yet, hit the like and subscribe button. We got a lot of new people on here who I've not seen before, which is absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, everybody who's joined. If you take a few moments to hit the like and subscribe button, I would truly, truly appreciate it. That would help big time with the stream, as it always does. And let me know if you have any more thoughts on Freemasonry. Once again, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. So as I was saying, though, before, we do have a very special event happening tomorrow. I want to give a shout out to um, really a very, very great guy, and it really sucks that he's going through this. But Jeff Kavanaugh, he is holding it's called Pasta Geddon, the Jeffening at the Windsor Moose Lodge, number 1499. That's on Tecumseh Road East from 4 to 7. It's a pasta fundraiser. Tickets are $10 at the door for all you can eat pasta. I'll read it here. $10, all you can eat pasta, all for a great cause. Be there, be hungry, and thank you for every bite, every laugh, every support. Proceeds to be given to Jeff Kavanaugh, also known as Junk Food Jeff, also known as Jeffrey Scott, during his fight against stage 4 bowel and liver cancer. Lots of raffles and prizes. If you would like to be a vendor or donate a gift card, please message Carly Little privately on Facebook or post in this event. Special thanks to Amy Renaud at Moose Lodge for allowing us to hold this event. And so if you are if you happen to be involved in any way, shape, or form with professional wrestling here in Windsor, you will know Jeff. He is an incredible guy, very helpful for a lot of people and a lot of their wrestling career. And so I hope that you guys will be there and support him. And if you're not from Windsor, you can still donate. You can find his GoFundMe online, actually, and support him that way. I hope everybody is doing well. All right, let's just give it a bit more time. Usually it's about half an hour. An hour in is when I start my actual discussion on my specific topics on Freemasonry. And what I specifically want to discuss in today's case is going to be, again, the employment situation in the States, the job report, all that good jazz. But first, we're going to give it a bit more time to see who joins. And I hope everybody had, by the way, a great weekend. I'm going to be doing, again, the next stream I do after this will be 1 a.m. And it'll be back to 1 p.m., 1 a.m., 1 p.m., etc., etc., etc. So it's going to be fun. And then next week on Sunday, I'm doing a live stream with my friend. We're going to be live streaming together, watching a movie. Any movies you guys want to see us watch, please let me know. It's going to be a lot of fun. Maybe what I'll do, I'll even hit the, maybe I'll make that a Patreon poll question, right? What I can do is do a Patreon poll asking people if there's a particular Masonic movie that they want to watch and what that movie is. Well, Poonam, I'm waiting to see who else jumps in the chat and what they want to ask about Freemasonry, right? Usually when it comes to these chats, the first hour I just answer questions from the chat about Freemasonry, and then the second hour is when I start on specific topics. By the way, when is the best time for someone to join Freemasonry? When they need support is at 31%. When they can support others is 8%, and either is fine is 62%. Opinion on Indian astrology. Is that like the Indian like the Indian horoscope? Which is that different than, say, the regular horoscope? I know there's the Vedic astrology calculator, Hindu astrology, but I know very little about it, almost nothing about it, to be honest. What would you define, like, what would you define as Indian astrology, Inderjeet, if you had to define it as something? And what would say make it different than, say, for lack of a better term, Western astrology? Yes, the jobs report should be coming to Canada soon. Once it comes to Canada, I'll be checking that one out as well. Don't worry. I tend to focus more on ones from the States just because that is a little bit more what happens in America affects the rest of the world, including Canada, whereas what happens in Canada doesn't affect the rest of the world in the same degree as what happens in the States. Though everything is interconnected. That's just human, not just human nature, that's just the nature of the world we find ourselves in. Vedic astrology. Well, I found myself a Vedic astrology calculator. I'm going to try it. I have to answer one of 17 questions. This is from Moira. I'm kind of curious what it's going to say. But I know nothing about it other than what I'm just doing now, trying to figure this thing out. Well, it's asking for the time of my birth. I have no idea. Well, I mean, I'm not one who necessarily believes in astrology of any sort, Indian or otherwise. However, I'm kind of curious. I've always been curious about. Well, I think the tariffs. I mean, we talked about that before. The tariffs are affecting Freemasonry. It's driving costs up, which means people are both having to spend more and at the same time try to save more money are less likely to spend money on Masonic events. Any materials that are needed for our Masonic buildings become more expensive. Um, so it's one of those things where it's very hard um, to know for sure the extent to which they're affecting it. But again, tariffs, it matters, right? As prices go up, people are going to feel less economically secure. As they feel less economically secure, they're more likely to either A, put more of an emphasis on work and less of an emphasis on other areas of their life. And they're also less likely to spend money on Masonic events or Masonic dues. Also, the expenses for a Masonic lodge to function, especially as it relates to need to purchase materials, may go up. And also, you may see significant reductions in the ability for Masonic buildings to purchase the items that they need to work on their buildings themselves, right? If you need material, lumber, metal, whatever it is for repairs and new work on your building, it may be harder to get. I mean, I do try to um, buy Canadian. Dad, that is one of my goals is to um, try to buy Canadian. At least when I'm in Canada, I did make a decision that I was not going to stop visiting the United States, even while you have these tariff issues and these Donald Trump issues, because um, I think you have to be willing to separate the Masonic. You have to be willing to separate the what's the word I'm looking for? The government of a country from the people of the country. That includes the Masons within the country. So some Canadian people invest in Bitcoin. Um, it depends. I mean, I've actually invested in Bitcoin in the past, kind of. Um, I think I've got like 20 bucks still invested in Bitcoin. I do think there is a really interesting and really cool um, kind of what's the word I would say? I think there's a really interesting and really cool opportunities for Freemasons to engage more in um, with cryptocurrencies in general, Bitcoin, all that type of stuff, than what we are doing, unfortunately. My friend Dave Squeaky Wheels is doing Laugh Without Limits. He's a friend of the channel. Um, Hold on just 1 second. I'm going to see if I can get him to join for a couple minutes. Give me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can get some people to jump on here. I mean, I think Freemasonry and cryptocurrency, there's a lot of potential benefits that Freemasons can have from cryptocurrency. I think there's a lot of potential benefits that Freemasonry can have from a lot of these technological advancements. Like everything comes with risks. Everything comes with challenges. It's not the type of thing where you can know 100% is going to be successful. Welcome, brother. If you're just joining us, please take a moment. But I don't know whether cryptocurrency is going to be the future currency per se. I think they'll tariffs care. But even that, so mystical, even that idea, and you're not completely wrong, it does seem, at least for a bit, like manufacturers, we're having some people join the chat to talk about some stuff, and they just sent me some messages. It does seem like a lot of manufacturers are eating the costs. I mean, this is me very generally speaking, very, very generally, right? However, I don't know A, if they're going to be willing to eat the cost forever, and B, if the manufacturers themselves are eating the costs, that still means the manufacturers are going to be struggling economically. And then if any of those manufacturers happen to be Freemasons, you're kind of in the same boat. But it does seem like prices are generally have started to rise. Like right now, so short-term inflation expectations tick up, job findings. So the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, yeah, I mean, inflation is the big deal, right? According to this, median inflation ticked up by 0.1 percentage point to 3.2% at the 1 year ahead horizon in August. They were unchanged at the 3 year, 3%, and 5 year ahead, 2.9%, et cetera, et cetera. It does feel like prices are not going down anyways, put it that way. And it does not seem that tariffs have resulted in reduction in prices, nor does it seem to have resulted in an increase in manufacturing coming back to the States. I'll take it, Nora. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. A couple of bucks, mystical, over time adds up. I wouldn't be, so quick to necessarily say just a couple bucks. Now, the question is, as always, is an increase of a couple bucks worth it if you can see a return of manufacturing to the country that's imposing the tariffs? The problem is, to my knowledge, we're not seeing an increase in, we're not actually seeing an increase in manufacturing return to the States. It seems like people are just getting pissed off without, people are taking the pain of it without the intended benefits. At least that's what I'm seeing, but this is just me speaking in general. Certainly, it feels like there's a lot more uncertainty in the both the labor market, the job market, and consumer prices. Astro Block says hello, welcome back. Well, Inderjeet, thank you for being here. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. Well, I don't see them benefiting very much. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to see what the benefits of them are at the moment. But Noor said hello once again. Hello, Noor. Please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Well, that's true. But what was so interesting is if you look at the chart of Freemasonry in the United States of America, data from the Masonic Service Association of North America, what you see is in the 1930s, you see a significant drop in Masonic membership, which is not surprising considering the Great Depression. And again, you cannot separate the economic condition of a country from the Masonic conditions therein. Thank you for that, Noor. I truly appreciate that. And maybe what I'll do is we'll show that chart at some point during this stream. I'll show the economic data chart as it relates to Freemasonry. Now, the problem is in recent times, there does not seem to be a correlation between our Masonic membership and economic conditions. For example, you did not see Masonic membership growing in the 90s, despite the fact that, or even the 80s, despite the fact that economically things seem to be going well. The question is, were things going well, or were we still facing the same kind of challenges that we often face? I'm working on it. I got to get a little bit more watch time in hours. What I need is hour watch time, not just subscribers. So everybody, watch some more of my videos and we'll get there sooner or later. Maybe after, I'm hoping to get them this month. That's my goal anyways. I'll keep my fingers crossed I can get them this month because I'm close. Not yet. I would allow it if I could. YouTube doesn't allow it because I don't have enough watch hours yet, though I'm getting close. However, if you want to support me, you can go to patreon.com/square and compass. And you can support me financially that way, or even become a free member, and it'd be very, very helpful. I'm still taking that Vedic astrology quiz, but it asked me, so I'm going to put this down. It's asked me what my element is: earth, air, fire, or water. If you had to guess, and I don't know how they define these things, but based on what you've seen of me, what would you say my element is? Because I need to know that to finish this test. And then I guess it'll tell me what my future holds. And in another about 20 minutes, we're going to start on the main topic, going over the jobs report. Well, so I provided my birth month already in the thing. But Noor, I hope that you will, like I said, I hope that you will maybe find me through Patreon. Interesting. I got 2 votes. One says earth, one says fire. The problem is I can't vote on this because it's 50-50. So I need a few more. Hey, Dave Squeaky Wheels, how's it going? What is happening in the world of Dave Squeaky Wheels? I understand we got an air as well. I understand that you sent me a link. You've got something exciting coming up very soon. Feel free to jump in the chat and say what it is. You've actually been on this podcast before, and we've done a whole bunch of projects together, or comedy projects before. Well, that is true. Now we have earth, wind, and fire. We got 2. We got 2 earths. Patreon, it's a way to support creators. Again, you go to Patreon.com/square and compass. So please jump on there. By the way, if you're just watching this, hit the like and subscribe button if you've not done so yet. Patreon.com/square and compass. You can learn about it there, Nora, and maybe sign up. And so Dave Squeaky Wheels is opening for golden ticket winner from Kill Tony, September 26th. 2 shows, Lion's Head Tavern, East Windsor. What time are the shows, Dave Squeaky Wheels? Eight p.m. And can you get tickets online, or do you have to purchase them at the door? You don't need to call me sir, but all right, thank you for that. You can do both, LOL. All right. How much are tickets? I know you sent me the thing. I just haven't really looked at it yet. I've been busy doing this. How much is it for online versus at door? So get them online. It's $5 cheaper. By the way, I feel like I've been reading a lot of stuff. It seems like the comedy scene lately in Windsor is absolutely killing it. So congratulations to you. I know you put a lot of work into your comedy. Um, you've been doing it for what, 20 years at this point? I mean, at least 15 years. Because I know in 2010 we were doing it together. So keep up the good work. You're crushing it. I've been seeing a lot, and not just you, but all the comedians in Windsor. We've done a few comedy shows in the Windsor Masonic Temple, and actually, the Windsor Masonic Temple is still available for comedy shows. You should book something there. It does feel, though, to me at least, like recently in the last couple years, you started to get a lot more traction. I don't know if that's just maybe you're doing more stuff social media wise, but it seems like you're really killing it lately. So keep up the really great work. Where's the fall tour? Like when you say fall tour, is that across Canada, United States? Where are you touring? But that is awesome to hear. Where is the Cherry Rock Lounge? Still, so where in Ontario? What parts of Ontario? And by the way, let me know what your memories are if you want to jump in the chat of the Windsor Masonic Temple and your shows we did there. We always did them upstairs in the like refreshment area. But what were some of your memories therein, if you have any that you want to share? All right, looks like Earth is in the lead, so I'm going with Earth at the moment as my element. I love Essex. Where in Essex are you doing it? Nice. That's a good pizza place. Essex has a really cool Masonic temple. I love going there. I'm there very often. It's kind of one of my Masonic homes away from homes. Um, I remember one of the things I think everybody really enjoyed was the uh, um, musical chairs out of our wheelchairs. That was really fun. I feel like that's another thing that Kill Tony would really enjoy, doing some type of improv game. But I could see Kill Tony getting a kick out of that. So long as you had fun, that's what matters. By the way, Dave, I think you're subscribed. If you're not, hit that subscribe button. Oh, it cost me 50 cents. I'm not doing that. All right, well, never mind. So links are tough. Like you can send it to me through Facebook. YouTube usually doesn't like links on the in the chat. Dave is a comedian. He's like me. He's Canadian. It's right. I mean, I could make it to Panache easy enough. That's like literally 2 minutes away from my place. If that, that's like 30 seconds away from my place. And welcome. If everybody's just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. We've had a great turnout so far. I do plan, like I said, to talk about the jobs report and what I think will be its effect on Freemasonry, because you cannot separate the success of a Masonic, or you cannot separate the condition of Masonic Lodge from the condition of the economic conditions of the country, city, community in which it's located. I've gone up and down plenty of stairs before. You may have more issues than I did, right? I used to go down and up those stairs at the Comedy Quarry all the time back in the day. Oh, so I got the invite from Dave's Squeaky Wheels on my. I'll share this with um, on my socials if I get the chance. Punching Down with Dave, Squeaky Wheels Comedy Game Show, September edition, Lion's Head Tavern, Friday, September 12th. I feel like I have something on that day. I just can't think of what it is now. Gad Holland, Curtis Coleman. So you're doing comedy shows about twice a week, would you say? You said you do two shows at Lion's Head per week. I try not to. It's because I'm talking to Dave Squeaky Wheels, and Dave always makes me upset. No, I try my best not to, Divya. Although, Divya, if you want to make me feel not upset, you'll hit the like and subscribe button. I have resting upset face. What can I say? Yeah, it's all Freemasonry, or 99% of it is Freemasonry, for better or worse. which is a pain in the butt very often. But like everything, if you love it, then you're willing to accept the pain in the butt. I'm sure comedy is very often a pain in the butt as well. Life is beautiful. That's a very positive attitude, Divya. Welcome. Let me know if you have any questions or thoughts on Freemasonry. I figured you were, but on the off chance you were, because sometimes YouTube will remove people's subs for some reason. I don't know why. It can be a pain in the butt. So I always ask people to double check and tell your friends to subscribe, etc., etc. And I repeat it a lot because you'll have people coming in and out of these streams for a couple minutes. So I want to try to catch them when I can, when I know that they are going to be on the. So I catch them for a couple minutes when they are on the stream. Interesting enough, my element, earth, air, fire, water, earth is still at 50% at 4 votes, water is at 2 votes, air is at 1, fire is at 1. I don't know what it means to be an earth person. I'm curious now. So the 5 personality types, I guess there's earth, air, fire, water, and ether. Let's see. I'm trying to figure this out. I guess I found this chart. I guess I am on earth. At least I think I'm on earth, right? It depends. Earth type people have a yellowish complexion, round faces, big heads. I think big abdomens, small hands and feet, and plenty of muscles. Well, I'll go with the plenty of muscles part. The rest of it seems pretty inaccurate. I think I got pretty regular size hands. I have small feet, but that's a whole other can of tuna. Yes, catch up on your memory work. That's the most important thing. And please tell your Masonic brothers I say hello and I love them and I hope that they're doing well. Yes, get your stuff done, but thank you for joining the stream. I do these streams every Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. or most Mondays through Fridays at 1 p.m. I also do a 1 a.m. stream as well. So, but by all means, message me. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. And congratulations on crushing it lately. You should be really proud of everything you're accomplishing. Keep up the great work. I am from Canada. I love Canada, greatest country in the world. Born in Winnipeg, now live in Windsor. I've often said Canada is the greatest country in the world because we have the greatest neighbors in the world, which I truly believe to be the case. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I truly appreciate it. I like the United States. Look, I'm not a huge fan. I've talked about this before. I'm not a big fan of the current government in the United States. However, I do believe truly you have to separate the people from the government, even in a democracy. Um, I think that I've got some absolutely incredible and amazing Masonic brothers in the States. I'm proud to be a member of one Masonic lodge in the States. Maybe very soon be part of a second one as well. So, yeah, I love the States. I love my brothers. I made a decision when Trump came into power that I was going to continue visiting them. I know a lot of Masons have chosen not to for different reasons. Um, That is very true. People and government are different. And I think, you even see that historically, for example, in World War II, when United Grand Lodge of England stopped recognizing Masonic lodges in Germany. It didn't help the German people at all, nor did it help German Masons. They ended up being rounded up and sent to concentration camps. So you have to kind of be willing to understand the the fact that they are different. And I think if we're going to make it through this situation at all in any way, it's going to be based on our ability to look past political differences towards the common, not to get too savvy about it, but towards the common brotherhood that connects all of us. And welcome. If you're just joining us, thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit the like button and subscribe button. I don't think anybody wants to be reminded of Auschwitz, Divra. It's obviously an incredibly sad moment in the world history. Many people don't know, but Freemasons were also targeted by the Nazis and by Hitler. So it's a sad moment, and obviously you have everybody else who was targeted in the same way. So it's obviously incredibly sad. But I will say, even in the most saddest or the most terrible, saddest, tragic moments, you find times of optimism and hope. For example, there did exist a working and functioning Masonic lodge within a concentration camp called Cherished Liberty in the Erstwergen, I believe it was camp. It was Belgian Freemasons who started it as a way to maintain Freemasonry while in their concentration camp. While dealing with that, they were still able to keep the light of Freemasonry alive. So sometimes in the darkest circumstances, you can find some truly incredible and amazing things. So I tried to, I just couldn't quite get around to it. But I do really want to, at some point this year, maybe visit the Holocaust Museum in either Chicago or Skokie, Illinois, and see if they have any information or displays regarding Freemasons who found themselves within concentration camps. In case anybody's, I used to know this. I'm trying to think if I can find the number. For some reason, I feel like it was 60,000, but I could be wrong. So 80,000 to 200,000 is what I'm seeing on Reddit. So a little bit more than I thought it was. But yeah, let's say around 100,000. You're welcome, Divra. And if you've not done so yet, Divya, I hope you'll hit the subscribe button and let me know how your day is going. In another, let's say 15 minutes, I'm going to start talking specifically about what I wanted to talk about earlier on, the employment numbers and the jobs report and Freemasonry. So let's give it a few minutes. Let's see who jumps on to say hello. And then we'll get started on that topic. And I'll be back on at 1 a.m., which are more just a fun, hangout, relaxing, chat about anything we want to streams. Thank you for being subscribed, Divya. Truly appreciated. I just want to wait to see a couple more minutes, see if anybody else jumps on and, like I said, says hello. Maybe what I'll do is even share this stream quickly on a few different spots, just so people can potentially find it. Aziza, hello, how's it going? I hope that you're doing well. No worries, Divya. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. I hope that you're doing well. I'm well, Aziza. How's it going for you? I hope you're doing well also. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button if you've not done so before. I am here chatting about Freemasonry. So, anybody who has any questions, thoughts, comments on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. I'm going to be talking about the U.S. jobs report very shortly. I'm just waiting because I want to give it a few more minutes to see who else joins um, to say hello. I figure, I can give it a bit more time. I'm probably doing a fairly long stream today. Which I enjoy doing the longer streams as well. They're a lot of fun. It's fun to bring new people into the streams. And this has been a great one. It's been wonderful to see all the people joining us over the last, I guess it'd be over the last several minutes. So thank you so much, everybody who's been here so far. It's 2:45 p.m. What Where are you from, Aziza? If you don't know this, there is Freemasonry all around the world. One of my favorite things about Freemasonry is the fact that it's global. I think that makes it incredibly strong. And one of my favorite things about it is the fact that there are Freemasons who are Indian, Chinese, Japanese, French, English, Spanish, from various parts of Africa, South African, Egyptian, Moroccan, from Kenya, as well as from South America, Portuguese. I think that makes Freemasonry so incredibly strong and creates a better world. I'm actually working on something with that in Freemasonry in terms of Twin Cities programs. So I'm very much excited for that, which I hope to talk more about in the coming days. There are Freemasonry within the Arab world. Jordan, for example. Um, right? It is less common in the Middle East. For example, in some countries in the Middle East, it is actually outlawed, although you then tend to find it on military bases around the world. Um, I do not. I wish I did. Because I wish I knew more language than I do, to be honest. That is one of my, I think, greatest weaknesses, and I really should try to learn more languages, to be honest. However, What I will put is in the chat is please like and subscribe in Arabic. Thank you, Google. I hope I translated that correctly. But I'd love to learn. I mean, I don't even know what the term Freemasonry in Arabic is. I think it would be, I'm curious now. I guess it'd be this, according to Google Translate. By the way, I'm also going to mention, I hope that anybody who got the chance to, or that's a weird way to put it. Let me say that again. I hope that everybody who is able is subscribed to my email list. Yesterday, I sent out my an email regarding some recent item and work I've been doing within Freemasonry and within Square and Compass Promotions. I hope everybody received that and took the chance to review it. I shared some of my written work, written materials, some of the stuff I've written on Medium. All of that stuff came in very, very, it was really wonderful I love sharing it with people. And so the fact I got the chance to share that, I have about, I don't know, 1,000 people subscribed. So thank you to everybody who's part of my mail list. I truly appreciate it. In case anybody's curious, I'm kind of curious what the click-through rate was. 395 people opened it, 17 people clicked on it. So thank you to those 17 people. Let's see. We got a decent number of people clicking in on, for example, the sustainable cities. How's it going, Spirit? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. I hope your day is going well. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Everybody hit that like button. Kidu Lee, welcome Kidu. I hope you're doing well. I hope you hit that like and subscribe button. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. Thank you for joining. I hope you're having a great day. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. I do really want to get, at some point, I promise, into this jobs report. I keep putting it off because people keep jumping in the chat, and I want to say hello to them before I start on this specific topic. And to ask everybody once again to hit that like and subscribe button. But I appreciate everybody joining thus far. But it's been a great stream. A lot of people jumping on to say hello, which I truly appreciate. And welcome back, Poonam Yadav. Thank you for being here once again. All right, I'm finally getting onto this. Just give me 2 minutes to check one more thing quickly. Then I will be, like I said, going to start talking about this jobs report, as I've been saying I'm going to do for the longest time. Jobs report now. Okay, fair enough. Let's do the jobs report now. So this came from, because that's first, it keeps on taking, I keep on pushing it off. So the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, keep in mind there is a new person in the Bureau because the previous numbers were not very popular with the administration. However, the new numbers don't seem to be much better, right? So total non-farm payroll employment. So this is the economic news release. This was, I guess, released on Friday, September 5th, 8:30 a.m. Total non-farm payroll employment changed little in August with plus 22,000 jobs. So that means there's been 22,000 jobs added and has shown little change since April, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported today. The unemployment rate at 4.3% also changed little in August. Hello, Courtney. How's it going? A job gain in healthcare was partially offset by losses in federal government, mining, quarrying, oil, and gas extraction jobs. U.S. This is the U.S. jobs report. Both the unemployment rate at 4.3% and the number of unemployed people at 7.4 million changed little in August. These measures also changed little over the year. Among major worker groups, the unemployment rates for adult men at 4.1%, adult women at 3.8%, teenagers at 13.9%, whites at 3.7%, blacks at 7.5%, Asians at 3.6%, and Hispanics at 5.3% showed little or no change in August. Among the unemployed, the number of new entrants decreased by 199,000 in August to 786,000, largely offsetting an increase in the prior month. New entrants are unemployed people who are looking for their first job. The number of long-term unemployed, those jobless for 27 weeks or more, changed little at 1.9 million in August, but increased by 385,000 over the year. In August, the long-term unemployed accounted for 25.7% of all unemployed people. Well, that is one of the concerns, Spirit. Not, I know you're being kind of sarcastic. I think you're being sarcastic. It's hard to tell when you have written form. But one of the things you see is when the economy is struggling, I'm speaking historically, when you have trouble with people finding work, one area they often look to is government jobs, specifically either military or some type of law enforcement. So if you can't find a job anywhere else and ICE is hiring, you're more likely to go into ICE or you're more likely to go into the military, right? Sometimes the greatest recruitment strategy for the army or for the military forces is actually poor economic conditions outside of the military, which, again, from a Masonic perspective, if people can't find a job in their local community, and they're looking at either the military or ICE or some version of that, is that going to take them away from their ability to interact with Freemasonry? Or if they're beholden to a job in their local community and that job sends them somewhere outside of the community, they're not going to quit if they don't believe they can find any other job, right? What's my mantra when I'm in fear? My mantra when I'm in fear, Chris, is I try to remind myself that we suffer more in imagination than reality. and we fail more in reality. Sorry, we fail more in imagination than reality, and we suffer more in imagination than reality. So normally, that which we believe we're afraid of or suffering from is more a problem in our imaginations than within our reality. Or to use a Masonic mantra, because the person who said it was himself a Freemason, we have nothing to fear but fear itself. The number of people employed part time for economic reasons at 4.7 million changed little in August. Those individuals would have preferred full time employment but were working part time because their hours had been reduced or they were unable to find full time jobs. The number of people not in the labor force who currently want a job at 6.4 million changed little in August, but is up 722,000 over the year. These individuals are not counted as unemployed because they were not actively looking for work during the 4 weeks preceding this survey. Among those not in the labor force who wanted a job, the number of people marginally attached to the labor force changed little at 11.8 million. So in August, healthcare, which interesting is healthcare is adding jobs. Healthcare added 31,000 jobs below the average monthly gain. Employment and social assistance continued to trend up. Federal employment continued to decline in August. I do not know what trail me or trial me means, Poonam. I'm very sorry. I wish I could help you. In August, employment in mining, quarrying, and oil and gas extraction declined by 6,000. Wholesale trade employment continued to trend down in August at minus 12,000 and fell by 32,000 since May. Manufacturing employment changed little in August, but is down by 78,000 over the year. Employment in transportation, equipment manufacturing declined by 15,000 over the month, in part due to strike activity. Employment showed, welcome from Greece, thank you for being here. Employment showed little change over the month in other major industries. Welcome, Omkar, thank you for being back. I'm doing well, how are you? Right? So, as CNN describes it, I just read the report itself. And then I'm going to get to how this connects to Freemasonry, although I've tried to explain that already. This is from September 6th. What the latest jobs report means for you, buckle up. After years of, gratefulness is always a good thing to have, Spirit. So I'm glad you have a job as well. After years of plentiful employment opportunities, healthy pay bumps, and pandemic-saving fueled spending sprees, American workers are now facing a sobering economic reality. It's getting harder and harder to find work, and more industries are shedding jobs. The latest jobs report released Friday indicated that the U.S. economy added about 22,000 jobs in August, and the unemployment rate ticked up to 4.3%, the highest it's been in nearly 4 years. It's 3 o'clock here. The job market is stalling, Glassdoor economist Danielle Zell told CNN on Friday. It's slowing to a dangerous speed. Job growth is practically non-existent. And if the labor market is showing signs of a cold, that doesn't bode well for the overall health of the economy. Takeaways from the August jobs report. Job growth hasn't just been weak, it's turned negative recently. During the past 3 months, the U.S. economy has seen a net gain of roughly 29,000 jobs per month, Bureau of Labor Statistics data shows. If that sounds soft, it's because it is. Excluding the massive employment plunge at the start of the pandemic, that's the slowest 3-month average since the summer of 2010, when the United States was still clawing its way back from the Great Recession. Bringing that average down was a now negative report for June. The second revision for that month now shows a net loss of 13,000 jobs. More industries lost jobs in August than added them. The jobs report contains a nerdy little gauge that is meant to show the breadth of employment changes across 250 private sector industries. If it's above 50, that means more industries added jobs than lost them. If it's been under 50 since April and measured 49.6 in August, most of those gains, however, were minimal. And the hardest hit sectors are those in the goods business. The impact of President Donald Trump's tariff policy and the whipsaw manner in which has been applied is having an undeniable impact on hiring. RSM U.S. economist Joe Brussels wrote, goods businesses have posted 4 straight months of declines since May. Manufacturing, which was supposed to benefit from restrictive trade policies, instead slipped into reverse as supply chain uncertainty deepened. Opportunities are growing increasingly limited. The healthcare industry, which has been aging U.S. populace working in its favor, has been a leading driver of employment growth in recent years. Right? So it seems like, with the exception of healthcare, jobs are being lost beyond that. For 85% of workers, they're not seeing a lot of jobs added. The canary in the coal mine is chirping. The unemployment rate for black workers in the United States rose again last month to 7.5%, the highest level since October 2021. During the past 2 months, the unemployment rate for black workers has risen considerably higher, jumping 6% to 6.8% in June, then 7.2% in July. A rise in black unemployment rate is often considered a canary in the coal mine for telling broader scale job market slowdown. Black workers are disproportionately employed in frontline and lower wage industries as well as government workforce. Economists warned earlier this year that Trump's sweeping policy changes related to trade, immigration, federal employment restrictions, as well as crackdown on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts could reverse some historic employment gains. How things can turn for the worse or for the better. Economic headwinds and uncertainty are putting a drag on hiring. There's not one single cause for the slowing job market, but uncertainty hasn't helped. Even before this year, the job market was on a slowing trend. Interest rates have been fairly high, but we did not see the data in the last few months that some of these tariff-sensitive sectors like manufacturing and construction have slowed and in fact started losing jobs. So there does seem to be some impact from tariffs and uncertainty associated with them. Rising unemployment can get out of hand quickly. The unemployment rate of 3.4% still lands within the healthy full employment arena, but if that keeps rising, it can be a big problem. Unemployment has stayed relatively low, in part because of damper demand for workers as well as a depressed supply, people aging out of the workforce as well as reduction in immigration workers. But as we start to see unemployment rise, that does start to suggest that this is not just because of shifts on the labor supply side. When employment starts to rise, these imports can start to stack up very quickly and unpredictably. And if the job market cools further, that means less money in the pockets of American households and less spending to support more hiring. But a recession isn't necessarily imminent. So why I think this is relevant and important to Freemasonry, I've said it a million times. I'll say it one more time before I show this chart. You cannot separate the economic success of a community from the economic or the condition of Freemasonry within that community. If people are struggling to either find work, that means they are less likely, for example, to be willing to spend money on quote unquote unimportant activities or unnecessary activities. They may be less likely to spend money on Freemasonry, either paying of dues or paying money to, for example, a special Masonic event. Let's say you're having a Masonic banquet and tickets are $50, $60. Are you going to spend that money if either you're looking for work or you are concerned about maintaining your employment? Are you going to spend more effort and money saving and less on unnecessary expenses. Welcome, No Name. Thank you for being here. Please hit that like and subscribe button. Also, Masonic lodges that have benevolence funds, to what extent are they going to find themselves in a dangerous situation as they need to spend more and more money or give more and more money to brethren um, who need assistance economically, who are struggling with a job loss, who are at risk of losing their home because they're looking for work? Are they going to be more than likely to uh, need to give money to brethren from benevolence, or even draw from their general fund for benevolence? And does that become a danger, right? Um, at the same time, Freemasons who may in the past have been more picky about which jobs they will or will not take, and more of the emphasis on taking jobs that fit into their Masonic schedule, may now be more likely to take any job they can find, even if it does impact their ability to attend their Masonic lodges, right? And so, by the way, welcome, Elizabeth Harbers. Thank you for being here. Elizabeth, I hope you'll hit the like button. I hope you'll hit the subscribe button. Thank you for joining. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. All right, one of the interesting things, I'm going to show this chart in just 1 second. Now, there is a huge, that is what, I mean, any group would do in general, right? Um, Hopefully, one of the group responsibilities of any group like Freemasonry is to be a support system for people, whether it be a support system financially, emotionally, or combination therein. Be right back. I'm just going to be sending some quick messages in here, then I will be back on the stream talking about this and showing a chart that I think really illustrates both the positives and the negatives of what I am saying. Welcome, Shadahi. Please hit the like and subscribe button. So this chart is from Reddit. It's from the Masonic Service Association of North America, is who initially created it. The reason I talk about economic conditions so much, notice here, Freemasonry in the USA, number of Freemasons and the year. Notice you have this giant dip in the 1930s where obviously you had the Great Depression resulting in a significant loss of Masonic members from where it was in the 1920s. And then the 1950s, the economic boom period, the return from the Great Depression, you have a significant increase in Masonic membership. However, it's important to note that from 1959 on, you see this steady drop in membership that seems to not be correlated to any particular Masonic or economic conditions of the time. Whether it be the 90s, the Great Recession, you don't see any kind of correlation. So the question is, to what extent is this still accurate? To what extent do economic conditions matter versus what we see since really the 1960s? My suspicion is if you go into these numbers with a little bit more detail, you do see it's not a straight drop. There are times when the drop is less severe and more severe. My suspicion is those do relate to the economic conditions. For example, in the 1990s, it does seem like there's a slight decrease in the intensity of the drop in Masonic membership. Whereas in the later 2000s, it goes the other way. So the question worth asking there is, to what extent is it a matter of stopping the bleeding? But at least in my experience, the other thing is what this um, the other thing to keep in mind is this chart that I showed, it's looking at the number of Freemasons, which is one metric. It's not the most, and I've said this before, it's not the most important metric. The most important metric to me is not, and this kind of goes to what No Name is saying, is not so much what we're looking at in terms of numbers of members, but rather the number of members who are active in a lodge. And that may have an economic impact as well. So, for example, a lodge may have 100 members on the books. However, if due to economic uncertainty, 75% of them are not attending lodge because they're focused on going to work, saving money. They don't want to spend the money to attend lodge, to take time off of work. They're trying to save whatever it is, right? You're not going to see reflected in that graph, but you will see reflected in the people in a lodge. And there's also going to be significant delay in terms of, because one thing you often see, and this becomes very much a danger, is an economic, and I've seen this myself in the 2010s, 11s, 12s during the Great Recession. You have an economic downturn. Brethren stop paying their dues, stop attending lodge, but for a couple years, they're given a grace period. They're given the chance to pay their dues later. Maybe the lodge covers their dues for them. You don't see the drop in membership necessarily because the lodge floats them and lets them remain a member, despite the fact they're not showing up and not paying their dues. And eventually, maybe they'll come back to pay their dues again, but in the interim, the lodge has covered their expenses, has lost significant amounts of money. All of that stuff matters greatly and really affects our ability to function well. So, by the way, thank you, No Name. It is becoming a challenge. But again, going to what I was saying earlier, economic challenges means members are less, people interested in Freemasonry are less likely to join because their time and efforts is going to be focused on either finding a job, maintaining a job, or maintaining savings, and they'll be less likely to spend even $500, let's say, a year to join a Masonic organization. It also means members who are currently Masons may decide they don't want the expense of maintaining their membership and are less likely to pay their dues, which puts the lodge in the position of either having to cover those dues or lose the member. Or if they even maintain their membership, they're less likely to attend because they're, again, going to be focused on maintaining their employment situation, saving money, whatever it might be. Even the gas to go to lodge may be too much for them, depending on what it is. And the lodge itself will also be put in the position of having to pay potential benevolence funds to help people who've lost their job pay for their whatever it is they need to pay for, their rent, their food, whatever it might be. And so all of that stuff matters. And again, you see in the 1930s, during the Great Depression, the significant drop in the number of Freemasons. You see the rise in the 1950s during the economic boom period. And you see, since 1959, a drop, but the drop does seem somewhat correlated to economic conditions of the time. Well, but I think people who are like that they're not going to be affected by the economic conditions, right? It's very unlikely that they're going to be, from an economic position, not joining because they're economically challenged. It's more going to be because of the occult side of it. But by the way, No Name, let me know where you're from in terms of your Masonic journey. Like, are you from Canada? Where are you a Freemason? And that is kind of all I want to say about the employment situations. There are Freemasons in India. I've actually done an interview with a Freemason in India. So that was the Freemasonry in India is divided into 4 provinces. Thank you, Chris. If you don't mind my asking, what is it that makes you think of me as a water element? I'd be curious to know. Because I don't know anything about these elements. So I was asked, I was doing a survey online. I was asked that question, and I figured I would try to answer it as best as I could using the assistance from the chat. I'm going to give it a bit more time to see who else joins. So I can be patient. I can also be not patient. It all depends. What would you say you are, Chris, um, in terms of your element? Okay, I've been to New York. We've actually had some people on the stream from New York. I've actually had the former Grand Master of New York on the podcast to talk about his Masonic model train club. So very, very cool. When I think of New York, I always think of New York City, obviously, but New York is an entire state. What part of New York are you from, if you don't mind my asking? And sadly, I have to admit, I've got to visit the Grand Lodge of New York once, but I've never actually been inside of it. I just got to see the receptionist there. I've never been to any Masonic lodges in New York, and I'm very, very sad to say that. I really want to make it there. Um, because I really want to visit a Masonic lodge in New York. It's my goal to visit a Masonic lodge in every state, and New York is one of them. Also, I understand like upstate New York is really, really beautiful in terms of like cottage country almost. Well, Chris, I mean, I don't know you well. Schenectady, wasn't that a movie about Schenectady? I don't know you well, but everything I've seen of you tells me that you are not uh, stupid or sluggish. You seem like a pretty smart dude to me, so I'm not sure I would agree with you on that one or support you on that one. Synecdoche. So is there a like how many is there a single Masonic lodge in Schenectady out of curiosity? I'm curious now. Let's see if I can spell Schenectady. Schenectady, New York. I think we all transcend the categories. My suspicion is none of us are fully earth or fully air, fully fire, fully water, or fully ether. I think we're all kind of a combination of them, right? Schenectady Lodge number 1174, St. George's Lodge number 6. Schenectady is. I feel like there's a lot of really cool small towns in New York State that maybe don't get the love they deserve because New York takes up so much kind of emphasis. But it's kind of close to Vermont. I wonder if there's a typical Masonic sign. Like if you were to say, like what is the Masonic what is the Masonic sign? I'm curious. Are Freemasons earth, air, fire, water? Somebody's messaging me in French. So you're in New York, New York. What an absolutely beautiful building that must be. Like I said, I saw the outside of it. I wish I could have seen the inside of it more, other than just talking to the receptionist. And by the way, no name, if you've not done so yet, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know what you thought of what I was saying regarding the economic situation, the jobs report on Freemasonry. Do you think that there's a connection between Freemasonry, the condition of it, and the economic condition of either the country, city, or community in which it's located? That might be the better question to ask next, actually. I'm going to put that as the next question. So Freemasons are not Luciferian. I think someone has been reading a little bit too much Albert Pike. By the way, isn't New York Northern Jurisdiction Scottish Rite anyways? Just trying to create this thing. So, yeah, sorry, no name, but you've been reading too much Albert Pike. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing, if there's anything you want to talk about. So we got a yes. So let me know though, no name. Why do you say Freemasonry is Luciferian? And I do know Luciferian does not refer to Satanism per se. Luciferianism is kind of a mystical, spiritual idea, kind of in the vein of Prometheus. Um, However, like I said, it's still, in my opinion, nonsense. Um, um, if even the idea of bringing forth knowledge, Freemasonry doesn't really do that. The rituals, in my experience, don't bring you any new knowledge. They rather help bind you to your brethren in the same way all ritual does, right? The purpose of ritual in any group organization is to create bonds of brotherhood or friendship through shared experiences, which is the most important thing that we in Freemasonry can do, is create those bonds. But you wouldn't say, like, it's no different than a football team that bonds through regular practice, through three, four, five, 3 a day practices, through doing hundreds of push-ups, all the drills. When they're done, they feel bonded together, right? But you wouldn't consider it to be occult or Luciferian. It's a way to bond people together. And Freemasonry is no different, right? I consider our ritual equivalent to football training, football practices. It's bonding us to one another, which is a very good, necessary thing. The fact that I can travel anywhere in the world, meet another Freemason, I can travel to Schenectady, I can travel to New York, I can travel to France, Asia, meet brothers, and immediately have a connection therein with them. Um, well, I mean, so part of the problem is, yeah, so when you say, I've heard people describe it that way before. The problem is it's not hidden knowledge, except in the most, um, like, what's the word I would use? So, for example, my bank account is hidden knowledge because I'm not going to share that on the stream, even though there's not a lot of money in it. My credit card information is hidden knowledge, right? The example I've used a million times is a family recipe, right? So if your family has a family recipe that was passed down from your great grandfather to your grandfather to you, and you plan to pass it down to your kids, whatever it is, right? That's an example of hidden knowledge. However, you wouldn't consider it Luciferian or even occult, right? It's simply the fact that they're keeping that recipe hidden, the fact that they're keeping that recipe exclusively within the family is because they desire to maintain the bonds of the family. In the same with Freemasonry, I mean, yes, I don't discuss the ritual work. There are things I won't discuss, not because it's a cult or pick your term, but because I want to make sure that the bonds between me and my brothers are as strong as possible. And the one way to do that is through maintaining the privacy of the rituals. I mean, the problem is, Mr. Keeps, I don't believe in exorcisms as a general rule. I mean, I like the movie, but I don't believe that demons can actually possess people. I think when you have exorcisms, what you have is people who are mentally ill being taken advantage of, to be honest, by the church. So I'm not likely to um, give a lot of stock to what, let's say, a exorcist would say. But I'm not surprised Albert Pike is your favorite. Again, he's not even, to my knowledge, New York is northern jurisdiction, Scottish, right? And he's southern. So I could be wrong about that. I just say be very careful. If it's the same way people will use the term occult, and they'll use the term occult to mean hidden. Then again, a cult could be a family recipe that a family refuses to spread beyond its own family, right? But that's not really what is meant by it. A cult tends to take on a more sinister tone. If by Luciferian you mean just you join Freemasonry and you learn things you would not know otherwise, then sure, you can use that term. But unfortunately, for obvious reasons, it has some pretty obvious negative connotations. And I think it puts too much emphasis on the wrong things. It's ultimately not about, in my opinion, right? Whatever, everything I've seen of and from Freemasonry, it's not about the secrets or secret knowledge. It's about building a community, creating a better world, or trying to create a better world through ways that are not secret but are done in public, and are known to the public. Um, but I mean, if you want to send me, you want to write down stuff, by all means, info@squareandcompass.ca. I'm not sure what you mean by the miracle of the sun, Mr. Keeps on Ticking. I'm not sure to what you're referring. We have somebody on this chat called GON. It's interesting because he says the Catholic Church is evil and Freemasons are evil. So he's saying everything is evil. I'm curious. I suspect he may believe that about all sorts of different religions. Um, um, Yeah, so GON, I'm not sure GON is evil. I wouldn't go that far, though I'm definitely do not believe that the Catholic Church is evil. Sometimes I see things in the stream that other people don't. It depends on YouTube and how it deals with the algorithm. But we had a GON come on and say that. That was his screen name, GON, gone, I guess. I don't believe the Catholic Church is evil, nor do I believe Freemasons obviously are evil. I believe that human beings, I don't even believe human beings are evil per se. I think human beings are actually weak. Um, um, I think most what we consider to be evilness is actually weakness, um, that causes people to act in a manner that is harmful to themselves and others. I think that when men come together in groups or organizations such as Freemasonry, as well as other groups as well, but civic institutions like Freemasonry, it can help. It strengthens men in the areas where we are weak, and women for that matter, in the areas where we are weak, and helps us fight against the weakness that allows evil to creep in. Very philosophical, I know, but that's why I'm so much a believer in things like Freemasonry, as well as team sports, as well as clubs and groups, um, as well as religions. I mean, I'm not by any means a reviler of religious belief and religions. I think we are our best when we are in groups and when we are working towards a common goal, and when we have pride in that group, whether it be civic groups, national groups, whatever it is, so long as obviously we do not allow those groups to become tainted with exclusionary or predatory ideals. So, for example, um, the KKK is a group, but it's obviously not a group I would support because it harnesses, it is entirely focused on the belief that some people are better than others, which I don't believe in. Um, so you have to be careful with that, right? But if you, as a general rule, I've used this example a million times. I know people are probably sick of me saying it. If you want a non-Masonic example of men at their best or people at their best, I believe it's football players in a game, right? When they are, when everybody's working together for the common goal, no one person is trying to be better than the next person on the team. They're trying to work together to achieve something. I think that that is an example of men at their best. I don't think you can see man at his best when he is alone. I think you see man at his best when he is within a group and working towards a common goal. Um, I don't think I'm scared. I'm just checking. Let me see. I got to go back up to the top. So GON, Freemasons do not worship Lucifer. Freemasons are not occultists either, unless you use the term occultist in a very broad sense to mean having hidden knowledge. But in that case, GON, would you put in the stream your social security number and your phone number? Right? And if the answer is no, which you shouldn't, that would make you an occultist as well. And Rondo, it is a later stream. Okay, Mr. Keeps. Fatima, Miracle of the Sun. Thank you, Altitude, for being here. I really appreciate it. Let me see if I can find this. Fatima, Miracle of the Sun. The Miracle of the Sun, also known as the Miracle of Fatima, is a series of events reported to have occurred miraculously on the 13th of October, 1917, in Portugal, in response to a prophecy made by 3 shepherd children. The local bishop opened a canonical investigation of the event in November 1917 to review witness accounts and assess whether alleged private revelations from Mary were compatible with Catholic theology. Bishop Jose de Silva declared the miracle worthy of belief on 1930, permitting officially the cult of Our Lady Fatima within the Catholic Church. What is a Freemason then? Well, I mean, a Freemason, by its most simple definition, right? A Freemason is any person who belongs to a Masonic lodge. If you want to take it one step deeper, a Freemason is any person who belongs to a recognized or regular Masonic lodge, right? A Freemason is a designation of membership. It's like asking what is a Rotarian, somebody who belongs to the Rotary Club, or like asking what is a soccer player, one who belongs to a soccer club, right? That would be the most simple definition. If you're asking what do Freemasons believe, GON, which I think is what you're getting at with that, there's approximately 850,000 Freemasons in the United States of America, so you would have to ask 850,000 of them what they believe. I can tell you, for me, what I believe as a Freemason is that it is worth fighting to build a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. But there is no consistent Masonic beliefs. Every Freemason has his or her, for that matter, own Masonic beliefs. The beautiful thing about Freemasonry is you can have a group where you have multiple different Masonic beliefs, or just beliefs in general, be they religious, political, philosophical, all working together within a lodge for the common good of that lodge. I mean, the numbers I hear change, but to my knowledge, it's about 850,000 currently is kind of the most recent numbers I've seen. Oftentimes, what I see in most discussions on that is they'll say approximately 1 million, but I believe it's less than that based on what I've seen. How does one become a Freemason? Well, the old adage, to be one, ask one, right? Freemasons don't recruit. I talk about Freemasonry and why I love it, but I always make it clear that I hope nobody on this stream takes it that when I'm talking about this, I'm trying to get people to join. That's not my goal. It's just to talk about it and talk about why I love it. But if one wants to become a Freemason, first step is approach your local Masonic lodge, express your interest in becoming a Freemason, express why you want to join, and you talk to the lodge. You know, there's interview process. You get to know the membership better. The members get to know you better. Talk to you about why it is you want to join Freemasonry. You can talk to them about any questions you have. If you have a family, Like, let's say the wife and maybe even kids can talk to you about, or talk to the Masons about what it is. There's a vote in Lodge. If the vote passes on your application, then then you know, your initiation is scheduled. And then there is a Masonic initiation. And that's one of those rituals which I don't talk about. I've been through it myself and I've seen it a million times. But it's a personal thing that I think should, the information about it should remain within Freemasonry. Well, the sun. Well, I mean, I don't know because I've not read enough about it. I'm just learning about it now. The, just in general, the pouring rain to completely dry immediately. I mean, I would question the immediately idea. I know seen many instances of pouring rain ending very quickly. Um, how quickly, um, uh, so I would want to know how immediate was immediate. Skeptical explanations. One person points out if the sun was dancing in the sky, they would not have just seen it in that one location in Portugal. They would have seen it everywhere, um, right? Because we're all looking at the same sun. So why is it that the sun was dancing in the sky in one particular area, but not the rest of the world? Um, I guess there was photography. It is not clearly. There's some photography saying that it was not raining nearly as hard as people said. I have to read more about it. I mean, my most likely explanation is, because I don't believe in miracles. I believe in an ordered universe. So the most likely explanation I would say would be some type of mass hysteria. In the same way, you see that with, for example, um, some type of faith healers. They'll have a stadium of 100,000 people, whatever it is. They'll wave their arms and everybody will just fall back as though they were hit with I guess, hit with some type of bulldozer, right? I would tend to be more likely to believe in some type of mass hysteria. But again, um, I wouldn't know for sure. And there are plenty of people who I'm sure believe it. And oh, yeah, I mean, I started a little bit later, but I'm going to keep going for a while. I've been enjoying the stream. A lot of people join. Well, so atheists are not more or less, like, I don't believe atheists are more or less, what's the word I'd be looking for? At risk of, pick your term, at risk of, or what's I can't think of, suggestible, right? So to give an example, Mr. Keeps on Ticking, um, there are many people, and sadly I've met a few, who now believe that the earth is flat, but who once upon a time believed the earth was round. So they were atheists as to the idea of a flat earth. And then because of the internet and because of suggestibility and because of all sorts of different things, they, were around enough people and they started to believe something that's just not true, the earth being flat, right? Which is not the case. But so my point is, I think that if you are around enough people who are saying a certain thing or pointing to a certain thing, being an atheist doesn't mean you're not suggestible. Doesn't mean it's not possible that you will start to see things that simply are not the case. Right. So I don't think atheists are inherently um, less able or less likely to fall. I think in some cases, actually, some religious people are in some ways even more skeptical than your typical atheist. So, um, Yeah, I'm not. This idea of atheists now believe in something. Atheists can be incorrect as well. Yeah, but unfortunately, I know a lot of people who started to, for whatever reason, believe it. It scares me, right? The fact that there were so many people in my life. When I was growing up, I didn't know any flat earthers. Now I know at least three or four, five maybe off the top of my head, which again, it's the ability for people to be influenced if they're desiring for something. But having said that, look, if people believe in the miracle of the sun, I'm certainly not going to ridicule their belief, especially if it brings them some type of peace and a belief in kind of a strengthening of their faith. Because ultimately, I think faith is a good thing. It's just when it comes to faith in miracles, it's not something I share. Like I said, I believe we have an ordered universe, an ordered world. I think the way we know God, or the supreme being, I should say, is through the ordered nature of the universe. To me, miracles go against that ordered nature, right? So I'm very hesitant to believe in them. Beast Slayer. Yes, this is the caterpillar from the Bug's Life. Thank you for being here, Beast Slayer. Hope you hit the like and subscribe button. I do. I'm no flat earthers. I wish I didn't. I wish, again, but to me, the idea that the world is flat is as irrational as the belief that, for example, the sun can dance in the sky. So, people, I mean, it's possible for people to do a lot of things for whatever reason. I've talked about this before. I think foolish behavior, foolish beliefs usually is an example of weakness as opposed to it's not that they're not smart, it's that they're intelligent, but they're struggling emotionally, psychologically, and they are desperate for to believe something that in their mind gives them a sense of control or understanding, um, in whatever way they can find it. I've said it a million times, Mr. Keeps. Check out the movie Bug, Bug. Um, um, if you want to kind of understand my view on how I think people fall into these scary, concerning beliefs. But I don't. To me, a miracles would by definition cancel out an ordered universe. Timu, I am a Freemason. Thank you for being here. Actually, Mr. Keeps, stick on for 1 second because I just saw something about Freemasonry and the miracle of the sun. So hold on just 1 second. Timu, I am a Freemason. I've been a Freemason since 2007. But Rondo says, so the God Grand Architect couldn't call an audible? I mean, I don't believe the Grand Architect would call an audible, if that makes sense. It's not, I mean, God, how do I put this in a way that makes sense? Because now I'm getting theological. So if you believe as I do that the supreme being, I remember you, Ricky. If and Beast Slayer, I love the supreme being. I don't use the term God because again, I don't want to limit my understanding of supreme being to a particular religious faith. And if I use the term God, that implies, because I'm North American, that implies Christian faith. If I was in the Middle East, I might, Muslim faith. So I use supreme being, but I do love the supreme being. Um, so if I'm trying to think of how to describe this. Um, so I became a Freemason because my dad and grandparents were a Freemason, and I always believed I would join. But there's a difference between what made me become a Freemason and what made me active within Freemasonry, right? What made me active within Freemasonry was when I joined it, there's a part of me, for whatever reason, that responds to Freemasonry, that responds to what it represents. There's a part of me that, for whatever reason, loves the idea of an organization that welcomes men of all different faiths and backgrounds. There's a part of me that loves the history of it, and it's unique to me. There are a lot of people who will join Freemasonry and they just don't enjoy it and get anything out of it, right? I love the way Freemasonry sounds, in the way I love the way Simple Man, which is my favorite song, sounds. You may hear you may hear the song Simple Man and not love it, think it sucks, think it's a terrible song. You may think it's okay. I hear it and I love it. And that's not a reflection of the song. It's a reflection of me and something that is unique to me, right? So why I joined the family connection, why I became and remained active in it, there's something about it that I love. So God says, I've always been curious about Freemasonry, honestly. Well then, GON, I'm glad you're here. Hopefully you help to recognize and understand that Freemasonry is not evil, as you said above. So, Mr. Keeps, I hope you're still there. This is from the Wikipedia article on the Miracle of the Sun. F.R. Andrew Pinsett, Research Director of the Ian Ramsay Center for Science and Religion, Oxford University, states that a scientific perspective does not rule out miracles, and the event at Fatima is, in the view of many, particularly credible. He states that a usual prejudice involves a lack of understanding of the scope of scientific laws, which merely describe how natural systems behave isolated from free agents. Concluding that the event is a public miracle of the most extraordinary kind and credibility, he sees the year of the event as connected to significant historical milestones that call for Fatima's message of repentance. Protestantism in 1517, Freemasonry in 1717, and atheistic communism in 1917. So I guess there's a negative view of Freemasonry in that sense. So going back to the idea of the audible, and Timu, please hit like and subscribe, by the way. If you believe, as I do, that the Supreme Being would be omnipotent, right? What does omnipotent mean? Omnipotent means the ability to do all possible things. It doesn't mean the ability to do all things. It means the ability to do all possible things. So, for example, I don't believe that the Supreme Being could create a triangle with 4 sides, because that would be impossible. That would be logically inconsistent or logically impossible. I don't believe that the Supreme Being could create a square with 5 sides, right? Because that would be impossible. It's not about whether or not it would be. It doesn't make the Supreme Being any less omnipotent, because omnipotence means the ability to do all possible things. And in that sense, right, I don't believe the Supreme Being could call an audible, because an audible, by definition, would be an impossible thing. And that it is not about being omnipotent or not omnipotent. It's just an impossible thing, right? In the same way, it's the same reason, or could create a cube with more than 8 sides, or could create or could create a world in which 2 + 2 = 5, right? Or could go travel faster than the speed of light. So I don't believe they could create an audible, in the sense that I don't believe omnipotence to me means the ability to do all possible things. And I think the way that the Supreme Being shows his favoring of virtue and his desire for us to do good things is by created a world of ordered rules that we can then understand. Like, if today I could jump off my balcony and not be injured, and tomorrow I could be walking on the street and gravity stops working and I go flying up into space, or whatever it is. Like, the reason I'm able to exist in the world and work within the world and make choices that have good consequences and have virtuous consequences is because I can recognize and understand cause and effect, because cause and effect and rationality exists. If at any given point the sun can start dancing in the sky, or people can rise from the dead, or whatever that might be, then to me that would indicate a world that does not have cause and effect anymore, and that would be outside of the scope of omnipotence. Let me know if what I said made any sense. And the thing I love about Freemasonry so much is that it really emphasizes this idea of the ordered world, right? Because Freemasonry, the basis for the art of stonemasonry is geometry. Geometry, by its nature, demonstrates an ordered universe. The fact that whenever I create a right angled triangle, I know how to calculate the, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. When I have a circle, I know how to calculate its area. I know how to get pi from it. And so I think there's moral lessons that can be drawn from the ordered nature of the universe. And I think if we remove that ordered nature of the universe, then morality becomes a much harder thing to appreciate and a much harder thing to understand. Thank you, Ricky. Honestly, Timu, I know very little about Freemasonry in Finland. I would love to learn more about it. I'd love to learn more about Finland in general, to be honest. I wish I did know more about it. Having said that, I do want to make it clear, I'm speaking for myself. There are many Freemasons who are very strong religious beliefs. I know many Catholic Freemasons, Christian Freemasons, who do themselves believe in miracles, and who do themselves believe in, I'm sure many believe in the miracle of the sun, for example. Um, I can't believe that a supreme being that creates an ordered universe would then um, damage that order through calling of audibles. Interesting. 9 votes. Is there a connection between the economic condition of a country and Freemasonry? Yes at 67%, no at 33%. So look, 6 yeses and 3 nos. And by the way, GON, you say you're curious about Freemasonry, so please let me know what your questions are, and I'll try to answer them as best I can. I've been a Freemason since 2007. I don't know everything about Freemasonry, but I'm working on it. And I can at least tell you my experiences and my views. Um, I don't know, Ricky. I can't say. I could look and check, but I'm sure it's been. I feel like it's been maybe a week, give or take. I could be wrong though. That very much is just a guess. But thank you everybody for joining. I hope you're all having a great day. I hope everything I've said has gone well. Let me know what you guys want to chat about now. We're at that point where we're just kind of hanging out. By the way, I do want to go see the long walk this week. I think there's some really interesting Masonic ideals in the movie The Long Walk. The idea of forming brotherhood and friendships, even in the face or the knowledge that we're all going to die sooner or later, still being willing to create those friendships and brotherhoods to help us face kind of the long walk of life together, I think is a Masonic ideal that I'm going to try to explore some more. Well, I'm scared of letting people down, right? I'm scared of not doing what I can while I'm on this earth to try to build a better world. Um, I don't necessarily know if I believe in heaven or hell. I do believe there's an immortal quality to us that continues past when we're gone. What that immortal quality is, I'm not sure, or at least an immortal idea. But what scares me is the idea of being on this earth for, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 years, who knows the number, and then saying at the end of it, looking back and thinking that I did not do what I could to make this world better for anybody who's with me now or who may come after me. I'm not saying I always succeed. I've probably failed actually pretty frequently, but I would like to try my best. That's true. We're all going to find out one way or the other. We're all going to find out. I'd hope that, like I said, at least I'll have some comfort in knowing I did what I could. Right, and that's the thing, again, when people talk about Freemasonry, the biggest thing to keep in mind is there is no, within Freemasonry, there is no promise of salvation or threat of damnation, right? I know many Freemasons who believe in heaven and believe in hell, but they don't go to Masonic Lodge to get themselves into heaven. They go to their church, their mosque, their synagogue, their whatever it is. They go there to deal with the afterlife. Freemasonry is about what happens here. If you're looking for some type of promise of a good afterlife, that is a religious question, not a Masonic question. Other than, again, the idea in general sense of kind of an immortal idea that exists within us. Um, what do I think of Manly P. Hall? So I've always been, um, as I was saying, very hesitant to, like, I think the esoteric qualities of Freemasonry um, are been greatly over exaggerated in recent years. I think Freemasons would be much better off to focus on the more mundane yet important aspects of running a civic group, such as budgets, things of that nature. I don't know if he really was. I believe he was, because he got at least his um, 32nd in San Francisco. Peterborough, Ontario, is where he was born. Yeah. I think he got his. So he got his 32nd in San Francisco. He was a California guy. He actually started writing about esotericism, if I recall correctly, before he joined Freemasonry. I don't know. In general, I'm very hesitant. I think we are far too focused on the esoteric qualities of Freemasonry and not nearly focused enough on the quote unquote mundane, boring, but necessary qualities of paying of bills and the Freemasonry ultimately does not run on esotericism. It runs on the ability to organize and facilitate productive meetings, productive education sessions, and productive day-to-day relevance in our communities. Thank you, Ricky. I appreciate that. If you want to support it, you can support it. It was, Rondo. It was. I don't think he was an honorary 32nd no name. I think he became a 32nd in San Francisco. Legitimate, not honorary is legitimate, but you know what I mean. But he was an honorary 33rd through the San Francisco Historical or Philosophical Research Society. Um, but Ricky, if you want to support the channel, another way you can do it is going to patreon.com/square and compass. Right, patreon.com/square and compass, and you can join there. You can join for free, or you can spend a couple bucks a month, or just join for free. It's perfectly fine. But yeah, so GON, you say you've always thought about joining. Can I ask what it is that has made you interested in joining? and or maybe what it is that's made you hesitant to join, and I can do my best to try to answer your questions. What I would say though is at the start, you shouldn't be thinking about joining or not joining Freemasonry. It should be more be about just getting to know the Masonic brothers whom you may meet and who you may get to spend some time with. One of the biggest mistakes I think people make is when they think about joining Freemasonry, their first goal is they want to learn all the secrets and the hidden mysteries and just focus on getting to know the guys in the lodge. The guys in the lodge that you'll be spending time with. Focus on that. But it's interesting because way above you said Freemasonry is evil. Now it seems that maybe you're more interested or just trying to shake the tree a little bit. I'm going to give it a bit of time. We're going to see who else joins. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's been a great stream. A lot of people coming in who I haven't seen before. A lot of people who are new to the stream. I appreciate everybody's support thus far. It's been going great. I hope, like I said, I'm a bit out of my skis when it comes to things like theological understandings. I can just give my opinion on that type of stuff. But certainly, I enjoy discussing my thoughts and my ideas. I enjoy philosophical discussions. Oh, maybe just type it in. So just go to, if you copy and paste it, it should work on Google. But if you can't find it, that's okay too. It's no worries at all. But it's patreon.com/square and compass. I'm okay, Dylan. I'm not sure why it said error. I'm very sorry to hear that. Try it later. Maybe it'll work later. How are you doing, Dylan? How is your day going? I hope that it's going well. And it doesn't pay to complain. Having said that, I'm sorry if there's for any reasons that you feel as though you need, then just maybe try it later on, remember it. I'm not sure why it's working for me, but there's no rush. I appreciate you putting in the effort and trying. Um, but I'm very sorry if there's anything in your life that's giving you reason to complain. I hope that maybe um, things get better for you. I mean, that's what you got to work for, right? Right? When it comes to working, I mean, I think we're all in a Masonic term, you may say building, right? We're trying to build for a future, if not build for a future, um, work for the future. You work today so you can have a better tomorrow. Welcome. If you're just joining us, thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit the like and excuse me. Oof. Hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. We've been talking about Freemasonry and the jobs report, economic conditions that affect Freemasonry. I will be back on my stream at 1 a.m., which is going to be a blast. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to talk then about those are just hangout streams. And then tomorrow, I'm probably going to talk actually about Freemasonry and pop culture, particularly what movie we might watch this weekend. We're going to do a movie watch along on Sunday, September 14th at 6 p.m. Eastern. So please pay attention to that. Well, no worries, Ricky. If you got to go because your phone's going to die, that's no problem. Maybe just share this link with some other people. And thank you for joining. I'm just waiting to see who else joins and if anyone wants to chat about anything. It's been a great stream so far. Thank you to everybody who jumped on. I truly appreciate it. We're just going to give it a bit of time. We're going to see who joins this. We're back at the hangout, just chat part of the stream. Oh, I think it's my table. When I'm typing, like the table's squeaking. I gotta get some oil for that. Because I'm trying to yeah, I think it's the table. Because and I think it's because also my wheelchair is hitting the thing. All right, I'm gonna go like this. I may have to hit this with some WD-40 though. Yeah, I can hear it too. Hopefully it's not too distracting for the stream. Though I suppose it makes it more interesting to hear some weird kind of sounds coming from the table. So when you say knowledge of what? Just knowledge of Freemasonry in general, or is there anything particular or specific that you want to learn about when it comes to to knowledge? And I can tell you, at least for me, I've been a Freemason since 2007. I've been to a million, not a million, but I've been to over 1,000 Masonic meetings, events, degrees, rituals. At no point have I ever seen any examples of devil worship in any way, shape, or form. So I would not be worried about the latter. But is the knowledge just generally you want to know more about Freemasonry, or is there some specific type of knowledge you want? I want to give it a bit of time to see if Gon has an answer. And Gon, don't forget, please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed. I'm one subscriber away from 2,520 subs. So let's see if during this stream we can get up to that far. We shall see. Oh, there we go. I made it, actually. Because I can tell you, as a general rule, joining for the purpose of knowledge, I mean, I understand it, but I'd be hesitant to join for that reason. Because honestly, so much of the knowledge is available online anyways. It should really be more, first and foremost, about a desire to contribute to the world around you. I think that creates, in my experience, that creates a more fulfilling and enjoyable Masonic experience, at least in my experiences. But the devil worship thing, you don't have to worry about that. Again, Freemasons since 2007, been to over 1,000 meetings, never seen a hint or a whiff of devil worship. So I would be not worried about that. At least, again, I can speak from my experiences. I'm not going to speak for all of Freemasonry, but I'll speak from my experiences within it. I actually wonder if I can spray it with WD-40 now. I have to go through all the joints of this thing. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're here chatting about Freemasonry. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them, as well as anything else you want to talk about. If you are coffee being the most important thing. Got a lot of searches here. I like this because this was given to me as a gift, this mug, which keeps things nice and warm. So it keeps my coffee warm. And then this is the Masonic, Canadian or Ontario Masonic symbol. So I got that as a sticker. I hope that I like lemonade. Yesterday I had lemonade and iced tea mixed together, so that was a lot of fun. Oh, so you are buzzing with the yes, it is. That Arnold Palmer, let me tell you, he knew something. He knew what he was talking about when it came to drinks, because that is a really good combination. Actually, I got it yesterday while I was volunteering for a friend doing a bingo, helping him. He's yeah, with all that caffeine and coffee, your toilet may have a fun time. Um, I had it at bingo, volunteering for a friend for ACFAWEC, which is like a French organization here in Windsor that promotes, I guess, French Ontario history. So he's a Masonic brother as well, but obviously, as with we have interests outside of Freemasonry. So interesting. Right now, trending, Mother of God is trending on Twitter. I can see what it's saying about it on Twitter. Give me 1 second. I don't know why it is trending. I don't even know for sure if it's about the Virgin Mary. I'd assume it would be. Let's see. Mother of God. Catholics call Mary Queen, but not God, though she is the Mother of God. We hold our mothers in high esteem. How much higher would Christ hold his mother? Happy birthday to the Blessed Virgin Mary. What is it? The birthday of the Virgin Mary? Oh, here we go again. Catholics don't worship Mary. We honor her as the Mother of God and ask for prayers because she's in heaven before God. Well, that's a good reason to join Freemasonry, I think. But again, this is not meant as to recruit one or the other. I mean, you have to decide for yourself. What I would say, though, GON, is if you are interested in Freemasonry and want to learn more about it, the best thing to do is, I don't know where you're from, find a close Masonic lodge to you. Make sure it's affiliated with the Grand Lodge, which is easy to do, and then just go and knock on the door or write them a letter or send them an email and just ask about meeting for coffee somewhere, just to get to know them better and explain what it is that you're interested in when it comes to Freemasonry, um, and kind of go from there, right? And at the start, don't even think about it in terms of joining or not joining. Just ask whatever questions. I mean, certainly they may even have different perspectives than I do. They may have better perspectives than I do. Taking the time to talk to them and ask them would be a really good thing, I think. Welcome, Red Lighting. How is it going for you? I hope that your day is going well. Thank you for joining. Let me know if you have any thoughts or anything you want to talk about. We've kind of done our official or our main part of the stream, so now it's just a hangout stream. I'm sorry you're having a bad day. That sucks. Hopefully being here, if nothing else, maybe gave you something of a better day or feels like you're having a better day. But no, I'm really sorry to hear that. But I'm glad you're here, and hopefully being here will make things a little bit better. If you don't mind my asking, can you tell me what made it a bad day at all? If you don't want to say, you don't have to. It's perfectly fine. That can be annoying. I can get that. I can respect that. That can get very annoying if the bus is. I mean, I find too much loudness in general can be a lot, can be very distracting. I also tend to, shall we say, enjoy quiet sometimes. But hopefully it's getting better. So I guess today is the Mother of God, is Virgin Mary's birthday, I think. Oh, here it is. Today, September 8th, is the Feast of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Happy birthday to the Immaculate and Glorious Ever Virgin Mary, the Mother of God. I did not know that. Okay, cool. So to any Catholics, I guess, who are celebrating the Feast of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary, I hope you're having an excellent day and an excellent Feast of the Nativity. Well, yeah, so that sounds like it would really suck, red lighting. That sounds like it'd be absolutely horrible. I hope the spray wasn't too bad, if nothing else. By the way, as always, if anybody wants to talk about Freemasonry, jump in the chat and let me know what you want to talk about. If you don't want to talk about Freemasonry, we're at that part of the stream where we're just hanging out, chatting about whatever. But thank you to everybody who has hit that like and subscribe button so far. Thank you to everybody who answered my questions. And yeah, I've been a Freemason since 2007. So we're at that stage where we're just waiting to see who wants to join and who wants to chat and what you want to talk about. In terms of the connection question between the economic condition of a country and Freemasonry, 13 votes, yes at 69%, no At 31%, maybe a little, which is kind of the default unsure at 0%. By the way, I am one like away from 20 likes. So let's see if we can get that. I will be back in one moment. I think I'm going to need to go and grab something to snack on quickly. Give me 1 second. Jump in the while I'm gone. Like I said, don't forget to hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. And give me one moment. Okay, I made it back. Let's give it a bit more time. Let's see who jumps on. I've got my healthy snack, I guess. It goes up and down. Red lighting, it's okay. I mean, we had a very, very busy chat at the start of the stream. It's been going for about 3 hours. Earlier in the stream, it was great. And so I think it's going to go up and down. I mean, I'll be back on at 1 a.m. and we'll see how that goes. And then I'll be back on at 1 p.m. again and we'll see how that goes. So, yeah, but it was great to see everybody join today. And like I said, it goes up and down. It's okay. I don't mind seeing, like I said, seeing the ups and downs. It's just part of it, right? No one immediately gets a whole bunch of people all at the same time. You just kind of grow over time. That's an interesting question, Gon. I'm not sure the best way to answer it. Because, well, so like, yes, Freemasonry has, I mean, I've made friends and brothers I would not have otherwise made. I've had the opportunity to travel and visit brothers around the world and to know wherever I go, I've seen Masonic brothers who are available. Freemasonry doesn't really improve your career directly. I mean, the more you improve your social network or your network, potentially the better it can be for your career, right? Like if you, I don't know, if you sell cars and you join a Masonic lodge and a brother's looking to buy a car, well, you've got that connection you wouldn't have otherwise. Um, but the way Freemasonry has helped me within my life is by giving me the chance to be part of something bigger than myself, by knowing that wherever I travel or wherever I go, I have brothers that I can meet with. I've had brothers let me crash on their couch when I was traveling and missed a plane, missed a train. I've had brothers give me dinner if, for whatever reason, I again, was stuck somewhere. Um, and so it's these social connections you get. If you're joining because you want to have more connections within your career, that's really not the best reason to join. It's probably not going to be a success because Freemasonry, as a number of members, is so low at the moment. You're not really improving your social network that much. But again, if you're a salesman, if you're a used car salesman, I mean, and you join a Masonic lodge, maybe you'll potentially get some more customers, but it's not a particularly good reason to join, I would say. It's more the connection of the brotherhood and knowing you have your brothers there to support you. I mean, Gon, is there anything, like, there must be things within your life that you found have helped and improved your life in the same way. And we're back to just hanging out, waiting to see who joins. I wonder, hold on just one second. I'm going to try something. I'll be back. I'm not going far. Doing some DIY repairs over here. Got this squeaky. I'm back. Got this squeaky table. I'm gonna spray it with some WD-40 stuff. See if that helps it a little bit. Not admittedly the most professional sound at the moment, but I'm getting annoyed with the squeaking. I'm sure you guys are as well. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry while we're hanging out here. Again, this is the fun half of the stream where you get to see me try to do home repairs. All right, let's see if that made anything better. I feel like a little bit better. Maybe I gotta do the back one. I'll be back in one more second. Oops, I gotta get to it. All right. There we go. Never let it be said to try to deal with this squeaking sound. Oh, I think that's better. Let me know if you still hear the squeaking or if it's gotten any better at all. And please, as always, take a moment, hit the like button and subscribe button, and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. No, I still hear squeaking. All right, I'll try my best. We're just going to wait to see who jumps in the chat and wants to say hello. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have on it, please let me know. Positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. And anything else that you guys want to talk about. I'll be back on at 1 a.m. That's going to be really fun as well. Oh, I almost got a fly there. Are you saying good job for me trying to deal with the squeaking sound on my table, which I don't think I've done a great job. I think it's still squeaking a little bit. But at least it's a little bit better than it was. This is just a hangout part of the stream. I'm going to stick around for a while, see who joins. We had a great stream earlier today, like a lot of people showing up. So maybe the algorithm will pick it back up again. Any questions about Freemasonry? Anybody wants to jump in? Let me know. I mean, I don't care. I don't care where they're from. If they're joining my stream, all the better. And there is, like I said, a lot of Freemasonry in India. If I recall correctly, it's divided up into four jurisdictions: northeast, like the northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. TG is back. Welcome back, TG. How's it going? And welcome everybody just joining us. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how it's going and if there's anything you guys want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have? Has Freemasonry brought a sense of belonging? That's a good question, Gon. Yes. I think Freemasonry has brought I think Freemason. So, are you talking about for me personally, or for people in general? For me personally, I think Freemasonry has brought a sense of belonging. It's brought a sense of purpose, um, in terms of how I feel like I can make the world a better place or build the world to a better place. So yes, for me personally, I would say so. I would say a sense of purpose more than belonging. If that, I know it might be a subtle distinction, um, because like I can feel a sense of belonging if I were to join, let's say, a knitting club or something to that effect, or like a book club. It's more a sense of purpose that I think there's something there that speaks to me in such a way that encourages me to a level of encouragement and purpose that I get from it, more so than a sense of belonging. Um, because belonging, I think, is a little bit of an internal idea, sense of purpose. While it's internal that is then channeled externally. Probably seems a bit, a sense of belonging. I think you can feel that and not feel the need to do anything with it. Whereas a sense of purpose, when you feel it, it has a tendency to focus outward and focus towards others. Um, oh, we got somebody from, I believe that's Chinese on the stream. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Let's see. Oh, I still got the squeaking sound. Let's see what you had to say. Hello to you as well. Thank you for being here. There is Freemasonry in China. A lot of people don't realize it, primarily in Hong Kong and Macau. In Hong Kong, it came primarily from Great Britain. In Macau, it came primarily from Portuguese Freemasonry. But I really do, I'm not sure where, if you are live in China or just communicating in Chinese, I would love to visit Hong Kong and Macau for that matter. They are absolutely on my list of places I would really love to visit. And welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how it's going. If there's any thoughts or ideas on Freemasonry. And thank you, Gone, for your questions. I appreciate them. Hopefully, I'll get a few more. I kind of set aside a longer portion for the stream than normal because I figured it might be kind of fun to, especially because tomorrow I might have to do a shorter stream. Well, so Freemasonry, to my knowledge, is forbidden in mainland China. That's not to say there might not be some Masons or lodges even that are more underground, but in Hong Kong and Macau, I know for a fact that there are Masonic lodges that exist. Um, I think we may have a bot. All right. Um, but even in places where Freemasonry has historically been forbidden or not allowed, it oftentimes finds its way to exist in, I guess, maybe underground, um, in kind of underground ways, or they find, in Iran, for example, Freemasonry is forbidden, but there is a Grand Lodge of Iran in exile, which currently meets in California. I'm trying to get them on the stream at some point to talk about their experiences with Freemasonry in Iran, or more particularly, being both Iranian and Freemasons, and how they kind of consider those two things. But TG, how is your day going? I hope it's going well. We're just going to wait to see if TG or Gone has anything else they want to talk about. I'm definitely going to deal with these. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button, and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Nice. It's always great when you finish something early. That's always a really great feeling. Um, and nothing but credit to you for electrical work. I mean, I can only imagine the skill and ability it takes to be able to do electrical work. It's very impressive. So that's awesome to see. Congratulations, TG, on that. I'm happy that you're here. I do not speak Chinese. I wish I did. I wish I spoke more languages than I do. But I do hope that you will hit that like and subscribe button. And what's your name? Because sorry, like I said, I don't speak Chinese, so I can't read the name. You are welcome. I hope it was enjoyable. I hope I made work a little bit more enjoyable for you, or fly by a little bit quicker. See, that doesn't help me at all because I can't speak Chinese, so I don't even know how to pronounce that. I don't know if you can spell it phonetically. But I hope that you'll hit the subscribe button and the like button if you're not done so already. Raiden X Code, hello. How's it going with you? I hope that you are doing well. Raiden, thank you for being here. Please hit that subscribe button. Let me know if you have any questions or thoughts on Freemasonry. Positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. Because I think, Raiden, you've been on here before. You seem familiar. Like the name, I think, is familiar. So I think you've been on here in the past. I'm not sure. Um, if I'm 100% correct on that, but I believe you've been here before. Let me know how it's going and anything else. This is the hangout stream, the fun stream, part of the stream. We talked about the official kind of topic for today, which is Freemasonry and the economy, and the jobs report, and why I think we as Freemasons need to pay attention to these things. Not, you don't have to be an economist per se to just pay attention to it. But now we're at the see who joins and see who wants to chat. So let's just see who joins and see who wants to chat. And obviously, any questions about Freemasonry, that's, the first thing. But anything else you want to talk about, I'm happy to kind of discuss those things also. What do you want to talk about when it comes to politics, TG? I'm happy to discuss politics, so long as people know and understand that my opinions are my opinions and do not reflect the opinions of any Masonic organizations or bodies. But, I mean, not a fan of Donald Trump, not a fan of his agenda as far as I can see. I think it's proving to be pretty harmful to United States of America, as well as in some ways the world. But I mean, anything, because his agenda is pretty, like, agenda is a pretty broad term. Right? What concerns me, about Trump's agenda, or Donald Trump in general, is it's very hard for me to look at Donald Trump, look at his agenda, and it to me it looks as though support for Donald Trump and support for his agenda is equivalent to giving up on Enlightenment or American values that kind of America was built on for the past couple hundred years, and a belief in a very different set of values, right? I don't know how you can support Donald Trump and also support democracy or rule of law. Depending, and again, it depends on how you define these things, right? Canadian, and proud of it, but my dad is British, so there's that, right? Like, if you consider America to be one of two great Enlightenment experiments, Enlightenment being the philosophical movement that kind of from which America formed, and Freemasonry being the other great experiment, right? Those were based on some very kind of specific ideas, one of which was the rule of law. And when you say rule of law, there's different ways to look at it, right? Some people would define rule of law as, as low a crime rate as possible. So, however it is that that's achieved, right? Whether that's achieved by having soldiers on every corner of the road, um, detaining people without due process, without Miranda rights, putting them in locking them away for millions or for forever, having kangaroo courts. I mean, all that stuff. Some people, that's what they consider to be rule of law, right? Or law and order. It's just a matter of creating safety by any means, even if those means are unconstitutional or undemocratic or a combination thereof. But I would consider rule of law to mean, do you have a process whereby people are innocent until proven guilty, whereas people have rights upon detention, whereas people have the right to defend themselves in court, whereas people have the right to, um, a lawyer. It seems like with Trump, it's not about rule of law in that sense. It's about safety through any means, even if it means troops in the streets. Um, so democracy, I've even heard some people who are supporters of Trump say democracy is not a fundamental principle of America. It's not the most important thing. It's not even an important thing. Um, so it just seems to me that the Trump agenda is anti-democratic, anti-rule of law. It's pushing against tenets of things like equality, kindness, compassion, um, generosity, and a belief that that America cannot do great things anymore, right? Um, the ability to, for example, welcome in large population of immigrant groups and accommodate them into society, the ability to grow an economy while also relying on trade partners, the ability to lead the world, the ability to defend democracy and justice overseas, the ability to help those who are sick and dying overseas. All of that seems to be retreating from the Trump agenda, which is unfortunate. I think as it retreats more and more, I think it leads to a world that is more and more in danger of fragmenting and splitting. I think the liberal world order and when I say liberal, I mean kind of small L, is um, kind of dying out. And I think that the extent to which we as a society will be able to make it through this really is dependent on our ability to work together and with one another at the community level to support each other and keep us going as we deal with the economic and social fallout of everything. I mean, it's hard to argue that there's not some pretty significant fascist elements to Donald Trump. Whether you want to call him a fascist or not, I do not know. I leave that up to each individual, but certainly the elements are there. So I'm not an anti-capitalist, TG. I think capitalism, I tend to view it as being the best system of them all, so long as that capitalism is the hard edges of it, the areas where people can fall off the cliff, are given a safety net through, if you want to call it socialism, I mean, whatever you want to call it, right? Um, it's why, for example, I believe in universal healthcare and a single payer healthcare system, because um, tying your ability to get healthcare to your ability to have a job basically forces you to remain employed even in areas that may be incredibly unsafe or dangerous or mistreated, right? Or if you just lose your job, suddenly you have no health care, you get sicker and sicker. Eventually, society suffers more and more, as opposed to dealing with the problem earlier when you have health care. Well, healthy people is good for society in general. Right? It's not just a business thing per se. Um, I do not benefit if my neighbor is sick. That does not make my life any better. Um, it does not make my world any better, right? It's necessary that I hopefully, like, that's why it's not just like one of the biggest things that bothers me, and I see this a lot with kind of the Donald Trump approach to things with his supporters, is this idea of like, well, it's my life, it's your life. Don't tell me what to do, right? Like, whether we have a single payer healthcare system or whether we have a Um, whether we have a single payer healthcare system or whether we have private insurance, if I make decisions, let's say I choose not to get vaccinated, or let's say I don't exercise well, or let's say I eat just nothing but terrible food, and I end up in the hospital having suffered a heart attack, it's, that's there's going to be a lot of resources that go into getting me better, whether it be all the doctor's time, all the doctor's efforts, all the drugs they pump into me, all the medical equipment that they use, the space in the hospital, that suddenly for that time is not available to anybody else, right? It's not just your life. It's not just you, right? You and your life and your physical self, part of that belongs to everybody in the sense that if you allow yourself to fall into disrepair, you are negatively affecting the entire community and the world around you. That doesn't mean you have to be perfect. I'm not saying you never eat unhealthy or anything like that. I have plenty of times eaten unhealthy food. It's more recognizing that to a certain extent, as much as I belong to myself, to a certain extent, I also belong to Rondo. Rondo also belongs to me. We have a responsibility towards each other to take care of both ourselves and each other. And if we start to have this attitude of, it's my life, it's my choice, I can do what I want, and society or the government doesn't get a say in that, I think that's a very dangerous attitude to take. And I think one thing Freemasonry does teach us is or reminds us of, I should say, is the fact that to a certain extent, we as a society do have expectations and responsibilities towards each other. The question of how we enforce those things is all very different. But it seems to me that with Donald Trump, a lot of his philosophy is the expectations of society I can place on others, but they don't exist for me and my supporters. We're a kind of separate level of expectations. Unfortunately, for better or worse, and people can argue about whether it's for better or worse, we as a society are kind of forced to walk as fast as our slowest member. It's easy to say as people start to fall down, as people start to mess up, as people start to trip, to either just keep walking and leave them behind, or expect it to be completely charitable efforts, those who pick them up. But that's not the way it works. I think we as a society need to recognize we're all chained together with each other. We're all connected to one another. We can't break those connections. And because of that, if we allow one person to start to falter, we all start to falter. Rights and responsibilities is a very good way to put it. We all have certain rights, but we also all have certain responsibilities. It's important that we treat both of those in balance. They talk about that in Freemasonry. Some of my favorite lectures talk about the idea that there is no right without an equal responsibility, right? No freedom without rule of law, no true greatness without self-denial. But thank you, everybody who's joined so far. I truly appreciate it. Please take a moment, as always, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how it's going, and let me know if there's anything that you want to talk about. When it comes to Freemasonry, any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. I set aside a fair bit of time for this stream today, so we're just going to hang out. We're going to see who joins, and we're going to see what you guys want to talk about. Eating ribs? Well, first of all, that's what you should be doing, eating ribs. Ribs would be delicious right now. I'd love to have some ribs. Beef ribs, pork ribs, what type of ribs? I've recently discovered corn ribs, by the way, which are actually really, really good. I'd recommend if anybody gets the chance, they try some of these corn ribs. Just type in corn ribs into your thing and you'll see You'll see how to make them. They're very, very good. I'll wait for Mr. Keeps to jump in with his thoughts. Pork is great, but beef ribs are really good too. I've seen some people have some beef ribs. They're like these monster ribs, but they look really good. Well, I don't know if it's a straw man. I mean, it seems to me that most Trump supporters, um, I mean, I don't know how one can, let's say, support Trump, but also believe in things such as rule of law, meaning a legal system that respects rights. It seems to me that for a Trump kind of supporter, rule of law means safety by kind of almost any means necessary, regardless of the specific nature of how they get that safety. And I mean, it's hard to say that Trump supporters support democracy. As a general rule, it seems that Trump supporters, at least everyone I've known, would again prefer kind of. It does not seem that that is the thing that they are concerned about. I mean, we know that's true because um, it's very hard to see how those two things become important. Well, I mean, Trump did many things that were found illegal by the courts, which is kind of the point, right? If you don't believe it's at least there's not a belief in Trump in the current system, right? Because I think Trump was found guilty of 34 counts of business fraud. Now you can argue whether you think that the courts were biased or not, but certainly voting for Trump shows you do not believe in the court systems, right? I mean, it's very hard to see. I think it was 34 counts, or maybe 54 counts. I think it was 34 counts. How many? I mean, he pardoned himself, but criminal convictions does Trump have? 34. I was right. 34 felony counts. falsifying business records related to hush money payments to two women ahead of the 2016 election. Um, and then he also was found guilty of several um, civil cases, which are themselves not criminal per se, but he was found civilly guilty of, for example, SA and many other things, right? And if you can say you don't believe the courts were fair, that's fine, but that kind of goes to my point of you don't believe in the system, right? Um, right. And also, it was not illegal per se, but I would say it's very bad form to encourage rioters to, enter the Capitol. Well, see, so that's the point, right? I mean, he was found guilty, but so it's one of those things where it's like my suspicion, and as president, I mean, again, I guess it depends on how you define it. So I would say blowing up a boat outside of your jurisdiction on the accusation that they are drug traffickers would be illegal. Because what would be the difference between that outside of your jurisdiction and on the highway? Like, what would be to stop Donald Trump from blowing up a van on the highway and saying that the van was full of drug traffickers, right? And it was also while he was running for president. So it's not as though it was completely unrelated to his presidential efforts. I mean, that seems pretty illegal. I'd rather people not blow up boats because, I mean, how do we know, right? How do we know that the boat he blew up was actually drug smugglers? We're taking his word for it, but there was no arrests, no display of evidence, no Miranda rights, no chance to defend yourself. But that's what I mean by the type of law and order that Donald Trump believes in and his supporters believe in, right? It's not about due process. It's not about the right to defend yourself. It's not about any type of access to legal representation or a court of law or defense attorneys. It's we'll use force to create peace. And if in the process innocent people are harmed or killed, then so be it. Because we don't know that that boat actually had any drug smugglers on it. We're just taking their word for it, right? And if they were wrong, would they tell us? So again, it's fine to say as a Trump supporter, um, blowing up boats outside of our jurisdiction that are claimed to be drug smugglers is a good thing because what it means is anybody else who is considering smuggling drugs is just not going to do it, and it's an active deterrent, and that's fine. But that again is the trade-off, right? The Trump supporters are trading off things like due process and belief in the court system for the use of force to create safety. And I don't think it's worth the trade-off, right? I'm not comfortable with a government without any trial, without any arrests, using the military to attack potentially civilians, or using the military in cities for the same purpose, not even to attack, but to, certainly, if nothing else, Donald Trump does not agree with posse comitatus, which is the idea that the military should not be used for civilian uses. Well, but under that, I mean, then you have to view them as enemy combatants, right? And again, how do we know they were enemy combatants? We're just taking Trump's word for it, which seems like not the healthiest approach to take, to give that much power to the government. But, I mean, what would you think if you're Venezuela and your boats are randomly being blown up out of the water? At what point does that become a war? And the problem with the idea of foreign nationals don't have the Constitution or Bill of Rights applied to them is how do you know what they are or aren't, right? So if I'm in the States visiting, I cross the border legally, right? I'm visiting the United States. You could say, well, I don't have the Bill of Rights or the Constitution to protect me in that moment. So does that mean that but how would an ICE agent know? The ICE agent comes up to me, They have to investigate me to determine whether I'm a citizen or not, what rights I have or don't have. What happens if they start violating the rights of citizens on the belief that they're non-citizens? Plus, I'm pretty sure the wording in the Constitution is everyone has the right to X, Y, and Z, not American citizens have the right. You know. And personally, I don't think if this were the Biden presidency and Biden were to have, for example, blown up a boat in Venezuela, I suspect people on the right would be using that as a reason to call him a dictator. They wouldn't have meant it. They'd have just said it as a way to score political points. But nonetheless, certainly I think if Biden had deployed the military to red states like Alabama to quell violence, he would have been accused of being a dictator. And they wouldn't have meant it, but it would have been a way to score political points, right? I mean, processes matter. These things matter for a reason. And once you start deciding, it's almost a matter of deservedness, right? Once you start making those calculations, you're running into a lot of danger. Because you start to decide who is deserving and not deserving of protection under this law or that law. Pretty soon, you're going to find the number of people who are deserving of it shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. And the number of people who find themselves outside of those protections are less and less, right? And eventually, you may think you're on the safe side of it, but you don't know that for sure. You need to be very careful about this. And look, I'm not some bleeding heart. Like, I believe, in punishment for criminal activities, but I also believe you need to have a system where you ensure people have the right to defend themselves in court, where you have the right to an attorney, where you have the right to hear the evidence presented against you. And I think if we have to, expand that outside of simple, just who is an American citizen. Otherwise, you can have the government just say anything they want about anyone they want, and next thing you know, you're being sent overseas to who knows where, right? The word everyone, I mean, not to say that Masons are the smartest people in the world, but a lot of the framers of the Constitution were Freemasons, and they used the word everyone for a reason when they're describing a lot of these rights. They could have said American citizens, but oftentimes they didn't. Right? But it seems, right, I don't think it's a straw man to say that Trump and certainly Trump supporters, as a general rule, prioritize personal safety and peace and are willing to give up significant numbers of procedural safeguards to get that peace, including safeguards as it relates to due process, criminal justice, and democratic norms, which does not seem like a very safe trade-off to me. Right? And the other idea is, even if it does or it doesn't, like, to get to the point where someone is not an American citizen, you first need to investigate, and that investigation, will inherently rely upon, well, I don't know what et cetera means, rely upon some type of investigation that will involve American citizens. So then you're running into the same boat, right? Like, if you're an American citizen and you have a roommate who is, let's say, undocumented, well, to get to the roommate, the agents have to get through you. You have the right to due process, and you have the right to not answer questions, and you have the right to refuse entry. Like, the rights still matter. Process matters, right? Trading liberty for security deserve neither. Good way to look at it. And again, everything's a balance. Well, I don't know what et cetera means is the problem. So, Well, maybe. I mean, I'm not a fan of Trump. Um, if you want to call that dangerous, then so be it. Um, right? I'd rather he not be the president. My suspicion is he's going to try to go for a third term, which is kind of scary as well. I don't see anything that you're talking about listed. If you're talking about examples of the other presidents who have done not good things, I mean, Obama, did way too many drone strikes that I think were incredibly dangerous to do, including times when he did not himself get the necessary due process. So every president has kind of a level of blood on their hands. The difference is Trump's the first person I've seen turn the bad practices from outside of the country to within the country using the military in specifically, and to be very brazen about it. At least there was some pretense with the other presidents of trying to argue how what they were doing fit within the law. Whereas with Trump, it's just, I did it because I can do it, which is not a healthy approach, I think. I'd rather, if nothing else, I'd rather them at least try to come up with a reason, as to why what they're doing is legal. Hello, the Brotherhood. How's it going? I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I sent you that picture, I think, right? You got it? Let me know if you have any thoughts, any ideas. We're here chatting about Freemasonry. Now we switched over to politics. Um, so, yeah. Also, I don't think Trump is going to do a very good job on the economy this time. It already seems to be struggling quite a bit. So, I don't think it's going to get any better anytime soon. You are welcome, the Brotherhood. Well, I don't know to what you're referring when you say keep ignoring. I think whatever message you're trying to send me is not getting through the YouTube filters because I'm not seeing anything other than I saw you say etc. etc. How is the thing going, by the way? How is your music video going? And are you getting a lot of pictures from a lot of different Masons, or what is like the total number of pictures you're planning to get from them? Doing well. This has been a fun stream. It's been a longer stream than normal, but it's been good. I had a lot of people come in from all over the place, so that's been really nice as well. I mean, all I saw was etc. etc. Um, but if you're going to argue that other presidents have done bad things, which my suspicion is what you will argue, and you say all I listed, I mean, there's a million bad things that other presidents have done. Um, I do not. The last one I see is you have a serious case of TDS and keep ignoring, I guess. I mean, it depends what you're writing. If you're writing something that YouTube considers to be not true, it might just be just not letting it go through. Depends on what the terms of service are. Well, I mean, that's a white generic apron I'm wearing, so I'm not too worried about it. If you want to post that, that's fine. I'm not going to worry about it too much. If at least I don't think my jurisdiction is going to get too annoyed by it. If other if other jurisdictions get annoyed by it, then so be it. But I can look and see what I can find as well. Well, that picture I sent was taken in Missouri, um, Missouri, if you will, if I recall correctly. So, or was it taken in Colorado? I can't remember, either Missouri or Colorado, one or the other. I can't remember now off the top of my head. Well, many politicians have committed many crimes, I suppose. Um, I would say it's very hard to see anyone who's done more than Trump, though. The difference is Trump doesn't even try to like hide them. He just says he did them, which I mean, some would argue is maybe a little bit more honest in some ways. I've heard some people say they prefer Trump because the corruption is out in the open, whether it be the meme coins or the kind of the pay for play at Mar-a-Lago or using his hotels to house government employees during events, or when he has like foreign dignitaries visiting, he houses them in his hotels, and then that way his hotels get the money for it. You know, or going to Scotland on the taxpayer's dime and then opening a golf course while he's there, which did not seem good to me. If Obama had, while he was traveling overseas on government business, stopped off to like open a golf course, I suspect the right wing would have been quite annoyed by that. You are welcome. So when is it? So when do you plan to release it? Are you going to release it on YouTube? Are you going to release it on like where do you plan to release it? It's funny, Donald is trending right now in politics, so I assume that's Donald Trump. What other Donald is there in politics that trends regularly on Twitter? Okay, nice. And how's your Grand Lodge responded so far? Are you enjoying like have you talked to them about the have you talked to them about it already, or will you be soon? And what's your lodge think about it? I'd be curious to know what your different Masonic groups and organizations are thinking about uh your music video. Just waiting to see who else jumps on the chat to say hello. Good. Well, I mean, I'll do my best to share it on my streams with you. Or sorry, I'll do my best to share it on all of my channels. And maybe you can even watch it on the live stream at some point. We're gonna give it a bit more time. We're gonna see who else joins, and then we'll hit the. We'll maybe end this stream. It's been fun, but I'm curious to see who else jumps on. It was a great stream this morning, especially, or this afternoon at 1 p.m. when we started this stream. We had a ton of people join, which was absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. I will be back on at 1 p.m. As well. Well, I'm sure you get a ton of pictures, so I'm sure you'll get a lot of really cool, really cool. I'm sure it's gonna be a great music video. It'll be a blast. Gone. Thank you for being. I hope I was able to answer some of your questions. Let me know if I was or if I wasn't. 1 a.m. and then I'll be back tomorrow again at 1 p.m. So I have the 1 a.m., 1 p.m. streams. I hope I was able to answer your questions, Gone. If I wasn't, let me know if I can maybe try again later, or if there's anything else you'd want to discuss. And anybody's joining us, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, any comments. I'm just here hanging out, chatting. I had my discussion earlier today about Freemasonry and the economy, why I think it's important that we as Freemasons consider economic factors when considering the condition of our lodges. But that'll be, might even talk about that again at 1 a.m. But for now, it's just hanging out and seeing who joins. Well, I don't know what those emojis mean, Mr. Keeps, but it seems like you're having a rough time of it in the chat right now. Speaking of, one thing I will say, I talked about the economic issues before. Right now, manufacturing, construction, and agricultural sectors are all collapsing economically, right? The one thing that's keeping, I think, us from falling into full-on recession are for-profit healthcare and tech AI. Tech AI, I think, is a bubble that's going to collapse. We may be seeing some more significant economic downturn, including potentially a recession in the coming months, I would think. I don't know for sure, but I suspect a lot of our economy is actually being maintained on an AI bubble, which, from a Masonic perspective, I think we as Freemasons need to be more willing to embrace some AI tools and AI technology. But from an economic perspective overall, I think if it bursts, it's going to be um, not good. Well, let's not have anybody pointing any guns at anybody, metaphorically or otherwise. Let's avoid doing that. I mean, finger guns are cool, but yeah, we don't know for sure that it's going to burst or not. But I don't. I mean, I suspect it's like the dot-com bubble of the '90s and 2000s, right? I'm worried how long it can last because you can only innovate so much, right? I think so much of this feels like it's being driven on innovation, but how much better can Chat GPT get? You know, how much better can these LLMs actually get? Welcome, you're just joining us. Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. Let me know what you want to talk about. I'm here chatting about Freemasonry. Um, I can go through kind of what I talked about earlier in the stream, or we can just hang out, see who's going to join. Anything you guys want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. I'll be back on at 1 a.m. and then tomorrow 1 p.m. I'm going to talk about some things I have upcoming in the next few weeks, including my schedule for my 24-hour live stream um, back on Instagram Live, where you can find me, all that good jazz. But for now, just hanging out, seeing who joins the chat to say hello. Does anybody else jumps in to say hello? I'm just going to wait, see who jumps on. Everyone else wants to chat, jump in the chat, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here, wait to see who joins. I'm going to join the stream, and I figured I'd schedule more time for it because tomorrow I have to be at the pasta fundraiser at, I guess technically it would be at 4 p.m. So I won't have as much time as usual. So today I'm figuring I'm going to do more time than usual on the stream. We are at 4 hours and 14 minutes in so far. I have no idea what any of those things mean. Wheelchair, heart, spray gun, smiley face. I don't know what it means. Can't see it. Heart, wheelchair, I think, heart, guns, smiley face. Well, I will appreciate the love. Mr. Keeps on ticking. I'm sure some Freemasons are working on it somewhere. I mean, I am genuinely curious, and oftentimes, like I've talked about this on a lot of streams, genuinely interested in learning more about how we as Freemasons can better um, leverage AI and large language models to our benefit, or at least know what they're talking about, right? Like the old way to learn about Freemasonry was to go onto Google and type in what is Freemasonry. In 2025, more and more of it is people going to ChatGPT, Grok, or another AI source, including Google's AI and Gemini, and typing in what is Freemasonry and getting the LLM to answer the question for you. So I think we as Freemasons need to pay attention to what is being said about us on large language models, the training sets that large language models are being fed, and we need to know kind of how it's working and how we as Freemasons can potentially leverage LLMs to our benefit, whether it be to assist us in creation of our summons or content or data analytics. All that stuff is really important. So I'm a big fan. The same way I think Freemasons need to spend more time thinking about cryptocurrency. I think we as Freemasons need to spend more time thinking about large language models. But I'm sure there's some Freemason out there right now working on it. And welcome. If you're just joining us, thank you for being here. Please, as always, take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going and if there's anything you want to talk about. I wonder what we would call an AI language model. I'd be really curious to find out. It'd be fun. Maybe one day we'll see one and I'll know. What would you call it? The Hiram of Biff? Who knows? Something like that, probably. Okay, let's give it another 12 minutes. Let's just see if anybody else joins. And then I'll end this stream. Like I said, be back at 1 a.m. and then 1 p.m. tomorrow. Mr. Keeps the sun or the moon? I mean, I will say this, it was a pretty beautiful moon last night. I was incredibly impressed by it. It was a full moon. I wanted to get a picture of it, but I never get a decent picture of the moon when I try. But it was very, very beautiful. So I'm a big fan of space and space exploration and all that jazz, and I loved seeing the moon last night. And by the way, the second person to ever walk on the moon, Buzz Aldrin, was also a Freemason. And I have no idea what those aliens are, unless you're saying the aliens exist. You should, yeah, I know. I was kind of disappointed. I kind of wish that Buzz Aldrin had like threw an elbow at Neil Armstrong and got off the first, just so we could say a Freemason was the first one to ever walk on the moon. Although, in fairness, the conspiracy theorists are bad enough as it is when it comes to um, Freemasonry and believing space is fake and all the rest of it. I can't imagine how much worse it would be if Freemasons actually were the first ones on the moon. Could you imagine the conspiracy theorists that would exist? We're already dealing with massive amounts of conspiracy theories about Freemasons inventing the moon or inventing space. I wish I could say that was a myth. It is not. There are many conspiracy theorists out there that say space is fake, that Freemasons invented NASA and the moon landing. So that's concerning to me. But I am a member of Tranquility Lodge, so maybe one day I will be able to meet on the moon. If I ever do get to be in Tranquility Valley on the moon, believe me, I will send you pictures. You'll be the first to know. I've never heard any evidence that Neil Armstrong was a Freemason. I think if he was, Masons would have jumped on it and talked about it a lot as a way to kind of promote the craft. Because this was way before, I mean, in the 1960s, you did not have these conspiracy theory, moon landing, or fake people. I'm sure they existed, but they weren't a force to be reckoned with as they are today. So, um, I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been kind of promoted as such, especially because they made such a big deal out of Buzz Aldrin being there, right? And even gave him the Masonic charter to bring with him to the moon. So that was really cool. Again, I have the, hold on one second. I know I've shown this before, but I'm going to show it again. Oof, now I got to track it down and find it in my Masonic coin collection. That's it there. It's a big coin, so it's nice. Right, that's Buzz Aldrin. He was initially a Mason out of Colorado before Texas. I mean, it's always possible he was and just didn't tell anybody, or was and told people but asked them not to talk about it. But I just don't think that would have been the case because, again, there wasn't the reason to keep it quiet in the 60s as there was in, nowadays when you start to connect Freemasonry to NASA, there's conspiracy theorists and people start believing dumb stuff. It's different from back in the day, right? So I suspect, I've not seen any evidence that he was, so. Interesting enough, also in Canada right now, the word forgive is trending. That's somewhat disconcerting. Usually, if that's trending, it means somebody did something wrong and must be forgiven. Let me see we're almost at ready to go, I think. Not that it hasn't been an absolute blast, and maybe we'll have another, like I said, the 1 a.m. stream. I'm curious to see if we'll be getting a lot more people at the same time as we had before. From India, from around the world. I don't know what time it would be in India right now. Let me double check. Okay, so yeah, when I do it 1 a.m., it'll definitely be later in the evening for them. All right, guys, but I think we'll end this stream now. Thank you all so much for being here, and hopefully I'll see you guys again 1 a.m. and then tomorrow 1 p.m. All right, talk to you later. Bye.